Chapter 51:48. Chi Tianmei coldly snorted and said, "If I find out who killed Dragon-Scaled Guest, I'll make him beg for death." "Oh right. How's that Ling Xiao doing recently?" "He hasn't done much these 2 days. He's been cultivating in the Dragon Cave. I guess he's still trying to fight for the position of commander." Chi Hung replied, "Then you should go and cultivate as well. Don't underestimate any enemy. The position of commander of the Martial City's City Defense Army is very popular. Many people want it." Chi Tianmei suppressed her anger and said, "To her, Dragon-Scaled Guest wasn't just her husband. He was also her think tank. Many of her ideas were given to her by Dragon-Scaled Guest. Dragon-Scaled Guest's death was a double blow to her. It was a mental blow and a physical blow. Auntie, I remember that Han Yuan has a sister called Han Li. The two of them depend on each other." Before they left, Chi Hung suddenly said, "Han Yuan? Is that the guy who doesn't know what's good for him?" Chi Tianmei was currently in a fit of anger. Chi Hung told her this because he wanted her to vent her anger. "All right, send a captain and a few men to capture that Han Li. I'd like to see what Ling Xiao will do. We have to give him some trouble. We can't let him be so smug all the time." "Understood." It was another afternoon. There were only 3 days left until the selection of the Martial City's City Defense Army commander. Han Li made some delicious pickles and was going to send them to the Dragon Cave. The pickles were made with special ingredients. Not only did they taste good, but they also had high nutritional value. It was extremely helpful for people who cultivated continuously to replenish their stamina. Han Li was going to reward her brother, Han Yuan, and Corporal Ling Xiao, who helped her brother improve his cultivation. The girl was also a martial artist. Moreover, her talent was stronger than Han Yuan's. However, the two of them depended on each other. One of them had to focus on martial arts, while the other took care of the family. Han Li chose to sacrifice her martial arts path. However, ever since her brother, Han Yuan, became the vice captain, she started to practice martial arts again. She was now a martial artist at the peak of the 5th-level divine physique realm. Unfortunately, she wasn't qualified to join the City Defense Army. "Little girl, where are you going?" Suddenly, 7 or 8 sturdy martial artists dashed out of the empty alley. One of them was even a captain in the middle stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Han Li tried her best to calm herself down, but her heart was still thumping wildly. It felt like it was going to jump out of his body. "What do you want?" she asked in horror. The captain sneered, "Don't worry. The city lord has invited you over for tea. Your brother, Han Yuan, will be there too." "You're lying. My brother told me not to trust anyone other than the 9th squad." Han Li shook her head. "Since that's the case, there's no need to waste words with you. Your brother, Han Yuan, has offended the city lord. He had Ling Xiao to protect him. Ling Xiao is someone with a backer, so we don't dare to provoke him. As for you, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." As the captain spoke, he waved his hand, and a few others blocked off Han Li's escape route. Han Li shrank into a corner, praying in her heart that someone would come and save her. In a trance, she actually saw her brother, Han Yuan. She subconsciously became happy. However, on second thought, her expression changed drastically. "Brother, don't come over." She realized that her brother was no match for the captain. After all, her brother was only a vice captain. The positions in the City Defense Army were usually divided according to strength. Han Yuan wasn't even a match for a captain. With the addition of the other 6 experts, Han Yuan didn't believe it at all. However, Han Yuan didn't run away. Instead, he came in front of her at an even faster speed. "The captain was worried that you guys would lay your hands on Han Li. I didn't expect it to be true. A bunch of dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong." Han Yuan was furious. If he hadn't come in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Han Yuan, you've walked right into the trap. Without that Ling Xiao, you're nothing. Attack." The captain sneered and waved his hand. 6 late-stage, 7th-level divine physique echelon martial artists pounced on Han Yuan at the same time. They wanted to take Han Yuan down. A few days ago, Han Yuan was only at this cultivation level. Therefore, the captain didn't think there would be any problems. It was absolutely foolproof. Han Yuan stood there, and protected his sister, Hanli, behind him. He looked at the 6 people coldly without any change in his expression. If it was in the past, he would have been in complete despair or could only wait for someone to save him. However, it was different now. Ling Xiao had given him too many benefits, allowing his strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. He didn't care about mere 7th-level divine physique echelon martial artists. Seeing that the 6 people were getting closer and closer, they were like eagles grabbing their prey. Han Li screamed in fright. However, at that moment, Han Yuan suddenly attacked with his sword. 6 people with one strike. A wound appeared on each of their throats. Although it wasn't deep, it was fatal. To Han Yuan, his sister was his angel. She was the person he cherished the most in this world. He would kill anyone who dared to hurt his sister. The 6 martial artists died in an instant. Even they didn't understand what was going on, let alone the captains who were watching from afar. He looked at the scene with his mouth agape. Strange. It was too strange. Han Yuan, whom he looked down on, actually became so strong in such a short period of time. Do you still want to continue? Han Yuan stared at the captain and asked coldly, Brat, do you really think you can be arrogant in front of me after killing a piece of trash? You're just a vice captain. I'm a captain. Go to hell. The captain recovered from his shock and charged forward. Han Yuan was a little nervous. Although his cultivation level had increased a lot, he hadn't actually engaged in a real battle. Killing 6 people with one strike was just his first attempt. However, it wasn't difficult because his opponent's cultivation levels were much lower than his. However, the captain's cultivation level wasn't much lower than his. He was at the mid-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon. His opponent was also at the mid-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon. You can do it, Han Yuan. Captain Ling Xiao even gave you some pointers on sword techniques before. Han Yuan took a deep breath and recalled Ling Xiao's pointers. It was a first-level Saint-class sword technique. Although it was simple, it was very powerful. It was very suitable for people like him. He liked simple and practical sword techniques. In the next moment, he suddenly attacked and turned into a sword gleam. Impossible. There was shock in the captain's eyes. A drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. Lear, let's go. Han Yuan didn't even have time to check after killing the captain. He quickly grabbed Han Li's hand and rushed toward the dragon cave. He figured that his home wouldn't be safe in the future. He planned to stay in the 9th troop for now. The 9th troop was the safest place for him now. Chapter 51-49. There was a table in front of the dragon cave. On it were the pickles that Han Li brought along, as well as some other dishes. Everyone chatted as they ate. Han Yuan recounted what had happened just now. He was really excited and scared at the same time. Don't worry. When I become the commander of the City Defense Army, Martial City will soon be under my control. When that time comes, you guys won't have to worry anymore. Ling Xiao drank a cup of wine and said, Han Yuan did well. If you absorb all the medicinal effects, you'll probably be able to reach the late stage of the 8th-level Divine Body Realm. In terms of cultivation alone, you'll be able to catch up to Qi Hong. Corporal, there's internal news that Qi Hong has reached the peak of the 8th-level Divine Body Realm, Chun Chi suddenly said. The 9th-level Divine Body Realm was very clear. The 9th team's achievements were obvious to all. Ling Zhao's strength was also obvious to all. Naturally, there were also people who wanted to join them. These people became the eyes of the 9th-level Divine Body Realm. A hint of a smile flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. This was fun. If Qi Hong was too weak, it would be boring. This Qi Hong had been finding trouble for him since the day he became a corporal. He used all kinds of tricks. Today, he even set his sights on Han Yuan's sister, Han Li. He was really shameless. This kind of behavior had already exceeded Ling Zhao's bottom line. If they met in the arena, Ling Xiao would definitely kill this guy if he had the chance. You guys want to kill me in the arena, but you don't know that I want to kill you guys too. Let's see who's more capable. After the meal, everyone continued to cultivate. Long Qin, Cold Plum, and Yufenghua's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th-level Divine Body Realm. They absorbed all the medicinal effects. What they had to do next was to cultivate Saint-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Ling Xiao chose second-level, saint-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques for them. They could at least be used until the half-step divine soul realm. Cultivation coupled with powerful combat skills formed a complete combat strength. Ling Xiao also specially allowed Hanli to join the 9th-level divine body realm and cultivate with everyone. He also used the purple gold spirit gathering pill. This child was much more talented than Han Yuan, and his future achievements would definitely be greater than Han Yuan's. Ling Xiao continued to cultivate the soul sword art and the 9 dragons divine art. The afternoon before the commander selection, Huang Yu had arrived. During this period of time, Huang Yu did not come over. Today, she was clearly giving Ling Xiao pre-battle encouragement. It's only been a few days since we last met, yet you've become much stronger. If I don't work hard, I'm afraid I'll be surpassed by you. When Huang Yu saw Ling Xiao, his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Not only had Ling Xiao's cultivation improved, but more importantly, he had become more confident. This meant that the body itself was powerful. Her Highness isn't bad either. She's already at the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, right? From today onwards, you can be considered a half-step divine soul realm expert. It was said that divine soul realm experts could fuse their soul force into their spirit essence to increase the attack power or speed of their spirit essence. A half-step divine soul realm martial artist should also be able to do this, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Don't praise me. I've only just stepped into the half-step divine soul realm. It's simply impossible. The situation you're talking about is when you reach the peak of the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, where your spirit essence and divine soul are connected. We call this stage the soul consolidation realm. Only after stepping into this stage can you be considered to have stepped onto the direct train to the divine soul realm. Huang Yu shook his head and said, but what you said does make some sense. After reaching the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, one's soul force can passively increase the attack power during battle. However, a martial artist can't control it, and the increase won't be much. There's even a soul consolidation realm expert. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This should be similar to the Shattered Core realm. The Shattered Core realm was the key to breaking through from the Divine Core realm to the Divine Physique echelon. The Soul Consolidation realm was the key to breaking through from the Divine Physique echelon to the Divine Soul realm. If he could cultivate to the Soul Consolidation realm, or even the Divine Soul realm, his powerful soul force would be even more useful. Right now, his soul force could only be used to perform soul secret arts or to investigate his enemies. But once he reached the Soul Consolidation realm, he could directly use his soul force to attack. At that time, he could become even more powerful. You'll know in the future. I heard that you annihilated the Hummer Gang. Why didn't you go and claim the reward? I believe that the contribution points are all recorded in your identity token. Huang Yu asked curiously, with my current relationship with Qi Tianmei, isn't it obvious that I'm looking for trouble if I go and claim the reward? I might as well wait until I become a commander and find a way to reward myself. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you confident? Huang Yu asked. I can only say that I'll do my best. Before the battle ends, it's not reliable to say that I'll definitely win. Ling Xiao replied. Yeah, just do your best. I heard that it's not just Qi Heng. This time, my sister also found an expert. He's said to be the #1 person under the 9th level of the Divine Physique echelon. You must be careful. Huang Yu reminded. Understood. Ling Xiao smiled. He could also predict this. Huang Shui wasn't a fool. She should have realized it already. He had to get rid of him during the selection of commanders. However, would it be so easy to eliminate him? His cultivation had increased, and he had the heaven-covering blood palm, soul sword technique, and 9 dragons divine art. Why would he be afraid? Oh right, Your Highness, have you heard of the 9 dragons divine art? Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn to any doctor in his desperation. After all, his influence in this golden martial nation was weak. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to find the 9 dragons divine art. He wanted to get it as soon as possible, so he could only ask Huang Yu for help. Never heard of it, but I'll help you ask around. Don't let your imagination run wild now. Focus on the commander selection. Huang Yu stood up and said, I'll be there to watch the battle tomorrow. I'll take my leave first. Watching Huang Yu leave, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Qi Hong, Huang Shui, Qi Tianmei, Qi Yu. Let's settle our scores tomorrow. The second day came quickly. All the martial artists of the 9th Troop came out of the Dragon Cave, because they had to be there to cheer for their platoon leader. On this day, other than Han Li, everyone else had finished absorbing the medicinal effects. Han Yuan's cultivation had stabilized at the late-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm. Chun Chi's cultivation had reached the mid-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm. The other 10 martial artists had collectively reached the early-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm. Unfortunately, these 10 people had limited potential. After this time, their potential was basically squeezed dry, unless they found some heaven and earth treasure to help with their cultivation. Otherwise, their cultivation would probably be stuck at this level for the time being. However, this cultivation could totally let them live a good life in the 12 cities in the outer circle. As long as they didn't step into the middle circle, their lives would still be good. Han Yuan and Chen Qi still had potential, but they were not as good as Han Li. Han Li had only cultivated for a day and a night in the Dragon Cave, and her cultivation had already skyrocketed to the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm. It was like flying. This was the benefit of having a strong potential. In time, she would definitely be stronger than her brother, Han Yuan. She would also become a fierce general under Ling Xiao. However, today, they could only watch the show and cheer from below. Chapter 5150. On this day, Martial City was bustling with noise and excitement. However, there was an undercurrent in the bustle. The forces of the 12 cities in the outer circle were eyeing the position of the city defense army commander. Even the big shots from the 12 cities in the inner circle were paying close attention to the performance of the martial artists they sent. Although they didn't show up personally, they sent representatives. This made the city defense army commander selection in Martial City particularly lively. The competition was also particularly intense. Those who were as clear-minded as a mirror understood. This wasn't a simple selection of commanders. It was related to the relationship between the royal family and the other families. The Qi family was at the peak of their power. If they really rebelled, the royal family would suffer heavy losses even if they suppressed them. Now, both families were unwilling to fall out with each other. Therefore, they could only fight on this matter. There were also some rising families that hoped to stand out in this competition. For example, the Yang family. The Yang family had a peerless genius, Yang Qi, which caused the entire family's status to rise. This time, they naturally sent martial artists to compete. Therefore, although Ling Xiao seemed to be fighting for himself, he actually had the royal family's support behind him. Except for Huang Shui, the princess who always wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The others still hoped to see him win. Because if he won, it would mean that the royal family won. This could greatly increase the royal family's morale and make those rascals give up their rebellious thoughts. Let's go. For the commander selection this time, Fanghua, Han Yuan, Chen Qi, the three of you should come along. Help me eliminate as many people as possible. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he would be exhausted eventually. Therefore, it was necessary to have helpers. Understood. The three of them nodded. Then, everyone headed toward the large drill ground. The previous corporal selection was held in the large drill ground. This time, it was the same for the commander selection. However, in terms of influence and scale, this time, it was much larger. On the large drill ground, the 10 arenas had been renovated. They could withstand more powerful attacks. At this moment, the large drill ground was packed with people. Other than the martial artists from Martial City, the martial artists from the other cities in the outer circle were also there to watch the fun. The chaotic atmosphere only served to accentuate the importance of today's selection. When Ling Xiao led the martial artists of the 9th platoon to the large drill ground, it quickly attracted the attention of the crowd and the sounds of discussion. There were both positive and negative comments. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. The discussions before the selection were too subjective and arbitrary. The comments after the match were more realistic. Ling Xiao looked up at the stage. The city governor of Martial City and a few deputy commanders were sitting there. However, there was an empty seat. That was the position of Martial City's commander, who was absolutely qualified to sit on the same level as the Martial City's city lord. This position had been vacant for a long time. It was rumored that the previous commander had been killed. Ling Xiao guessed that it was most likely Qi Tianmei's doing. She wanted to pave the way for Qi Heng, but she didn't expect Huang Shui to interfere and organize a commander selection assembly. He guessed that Qi Tianmei must be very angry. Unfortunately, he couldn't get angry yet. Qi family was very powerful now, but compared to the royal family, they were still lacking. Hence, if they started a rebellion without sufficient preparation, even if they could inflict heavy damage to the royal family, their Qi family would still be annihilated. That would only benefit other families. They wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Princess Huang Shui and Princess Huang Yu have arrived. Along with the loud and clear voice, Huang Shui and Huang Yu appeared at the same time. Today, the two of them were quite ostentatious. It also showed how much importance the royal family placed on this selection. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Her eyes revealed a trace of coldness. She had played both overt and underhanded, but she still couldn't win against Ling Xiao. This made Huang Shui very angry. Sister, you must be hoping that Ling Xiao wins today, right? Huang Yu suddenly said with a smile. Don't be complacent. Ling Xiao won't have a good time in today's selection. Huang Shui glanced at Huang Yu and snorted coldly. Then we will wait and see. Huang Yu smiled. He believed that today's selection would be fair because there were not only people from Qi family among the judges, but also people from the royal family. Qi Tianmei wouldn't mess around. Your Highness, can we start now? Qi Tianmei stood up and bowed to the two princesses. Then, she asked. The two of them nodded at the same time. Immediately, the drums and music on the military field sounded. It was an extremely lively scene. The music stopped. Qi Tianmei said loudly, Martial City's commander selection battle begins now. Along with her voice, the entire field became quiet. Selection battle atmosphere, Team A and Team B. The top 5 will be decided. After that, the top 5 from Team A and Team B will fight. Defeat the 5 from the other team, and you will be declared the winner. The 5 people who win will become the deputy commander of the city defense army. If you are not satisfied, you can use cultivation resources to replace the reward. In the end, the champion among the 5 people will be the commander candidate. The teams were randomly assigned. However, no one knew whether it was intentional or not. Anyway, the 4 contestants of the 9th team were all in Team A. The martial artists sent by the City Lord Mansion and Huang Shui were in Team B. The rest of the contestants were evenly split between the 2 teams. This made the people in Team A dissatisfied. Because Qi Heng, Huang Taewun, and Yang Xiu, the 3 most likely to become the commander, were in Team B. They thought that Team A would lose for sure. If Team A lost, they wouldn't have the qualifications to become the commander or deputy commander. That would be too unlucky. However, Ling Xiao was very happy. He was very clear about the strength of the 3 people under him. Putting aside Han Yuan and Chen Qi, Yu Fenghua wasn't weaker than him. As for the rest of Team A, none of them were a match for the 4 of them. This was obviously intentional. The following battle also proved Ling Xiao's guess. In the end, the 5 people in Team A remained. Just the 9th team took up 4 people. The other person was only a mid-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Obviously, the so-called balanced distribution was just a cover. If the 4 people in the 9th team were removed, Team A's overall strength was much weaker than Team B. Those left in Team B were all tough. All 5 of them had reached the peak of the 8th-level divine physique echelon. Qi Heng, Huang Taewun, Yang Xiu, Huang Ling, and Gu Qiu. They were extremely powerful. Haha, Team A is going to lose for sure. Huang Shui laughed. Huang Yu also frowned. In her opinion, Ling Xiao probably had to go all out to defeat Qi Heng. None of the remaining 4 people were easy to deal with. It was really possible that Team A was going to lose for sure, like what Huang Shui said. Both teams, please come on stage. The center of the largest arena was where the battle was going to take place. There were also seats on the 4 sides for the contestants. Therefore, before the battle, both teams could go on stage and greet each other. Well, it was originally a greeting, but when both teams went on stage, the greeting changed. Ling Xiao, do you still remember what happened in the Dragon Cave? I, Qi Heng, am a very vengeful person. Don't even think about the commander's position. Just take care of your own life. Qi Heng said sinisterly. Chapter 51:51. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly when he heard that. Thank you for your reminder, Deputy Commander Qi Hong. However, I can defeat you in the Dragon Cave. I can still defeat you today. Moreover, you will lose even more miserably, loser. Qi Heng's mouth twitched. Losing to Ling Xiao in the Dragon Cave was probably the most humiliating thing for him in recent years. Not only did he lose his position as the chief deputy commander because of that, more importantly, his status in the hearts of the martial artists in the city defense army plummeted. After all, it was because of his bet with Ling Xiao that those people lost the opportunity to cultivate in the Dragon Cave. You're Ling Xiao? You're really arrogant. I heard that you don't even care about the imperial family. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The one who suddenly spoke was Huang Taewun. As a declining noble of the imperial family, he had never forgotten his bloodline. He wanted to use this opportunity to let his family step into the golden domain again. And Ling Xiao was his best stepping stone. You want to use me as a stepping stone to complete the revival of your family? Don't be too naive. Before the results are out, anything you say is meaningless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Huang Yu had already told him about Huang Taewun's identity. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they dared to block his path, he would kick them away. Moreover, there was still some enmity between him and Huang Taifeng. Last time in the Giant Dragon City, Huang Taifeng suddenly attacked him, although it didn't cause too much damage. Since then, there had been a grudge between the two of them. You're just a lowly commoner. You really think you're something, Yang Xiu sneered. Yang Xiu smiled coldly and said, Look at you few repulsive melons and dates. Better surrender early. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Yang Qi has the right to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? You're much older than Yang Qi, but your cultivation is thousands of miles away. You want to talk about your background and status? In the arena, your family background is useless. Ling Xiao mocked, or rather, the higher your status, the more humiliating it will be if you lose. You'll become a burden instead. What a sharp tongue. You'd better not go against me, or I'll definitely destroy you. Yang Xiu said fiercely. Then you have to be careful. I don't like killing people, but if someone wants to kill me, I don't mind being ruthless. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. Facing such a powerful opponent made him extremely excited. Only such a battle would be interesting. If the enemy was too weak, it would be too boring. The battle had yet to begin, but Team A and Team B were already at daggers drawn, sparks flying everywhere. This was equivalent to the 9th Squad fighting against the rest of the Alliance army. It really made people look forward to it. That Huangling and Gu Qiu are also outstanding figures chosen by the other 12 cities. His strength was probably not inferior to Yang Xiu's. Even Qi Yu isn't qualified to enter the list of 5. Han Yuan said to Ling Xiao. Han Yuan, Qin Qi, the two of you remember, don't force yourself if you can't win. Just choose to surrender. Fang Hua and I will deal with it. Ling Xiao couldn't be too harsh on Han Yuan and Qin Qi. After all, the two of them had improved in a short period of time. Even so, their cultivation wasn't as good as the other party. This time, the competition had a specific task, which was to weaken the opponent. It wasn't to defeat the opponent, but also to gain experience. Yes, Corporal. The two of them nodded and said, All right, both sides can start the challenge. If you win, you can continue to fight. If you lose, you'll be eliminated. It doesn't matter which side challenges. Qi Tianmei said coldly. At this moment, she almost laughed out loud. This situation was really too advantageous for Team B. Whether they could kill Ling Xiao or not, Ling Xiao would definitely not get the position of Marshall City's City Defense Army Commander. Instead, she was somewhat worried about Huang Taewun. This guy might be Qi Heng's strongest competitor. Corporal, I'll throw a brick to attract the jade. Qin Qi stood up and said. He knew that he couldn't win against either of them, but he could use the battle to let Ling Xiao observe the other party's performance. All right, remember what I said just now, don't be reckless. Ling Xiao reminded him. Got it. Chun Qi walked to the middle of the arena and said to Team B, Team A, Chun Qi challenges. A piece of trash, I'll deal with it. Gu Qiu stood up and instantly went to the center of the arena. Gu Qiu and Huang Ling, didn't seem to be here for the position of City Defense Army Commander. It seemed more like they were paid to do it for others. They actually volunteered to deal with Chen Qi. Chen Qi cupped his hands at Guqiu. Guqiu looked disdainful and didn't even look at him. At this moment, the referee finally announced the start of the battle. The two of them attacked almost at the same time. Chen Qi didn't hold back and went all out. At the same time, he released his martial soul and used 100% of his strength. He knew that he had no hope of winning, so he didn't plan to consider the next battle. Guqiu was different. Guqiu didn't release his martial soul and only used 50% of his strength. Obviously, he looked down on Chen Qi. He also planned to save his strength to deal with the next battle. He was a peak 8th level Divine Body Realm expert. Wouldn't it be a joke if he went all out against a peak 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist? This person didn't know Chen Qi's current true cultivation level. Ling Xiao had recently studied another Saint Rune called the Qi Restraining Saint Rune. This Saint Rune had no other uses. It could only allow the martial artist to restrain his aura so that the opponent couldn't see his strength. As long as he didn't expose his strength, even a Divine Soul Realm martial artist couldn't see through it. Bam! Bam bam! The two of them exchanged blows several times in an instant. The two figures separated and merged, causing the surrounding air to explode. Under countless shocked gazes, Chen Qi, who was thought to be a piece of trash, became a strong dark horse. Originally, many people thought that he could enter the top 5 in Team A because most of the martial artists in Team A were trash. It wasn't that Chen Qi was strong. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Chen Qi must be very powerful to be able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Guqiu. Although Guqiu didn't release his martial soul and only used 50% of his strength, it was impossible to suppress him without a cultivation level of the 8th level Divine Body Realm. What happened to this guy? 5 days ago, he was only a low-level soldier at the peak 6th level Divine Body Realm. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? The people who were the most shocked were Qiheng, Qiyu, and the rest of the Martial City Defense Force. This was because they were familiar with Chen Qi. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Chen Qi didn't just cultivate during this period of time. He also fought with Long Chun nonstop. With a strong opponent like Long Chun, facing Guqiu was really nothing. If Guqiu continued to underestimate his opponent, he might really be defeated by Chen Qi. Boom! At a certain moment, the two of them separated. Chen Qi took 2 steps back, but Guqiu kept retreating and almost went out of the center circle. Not only that, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by Chen Qi. Chapter 51-52. Guqiu, you look down on me, so you're unwilling to go all out. However, if this goes on, you'll be the one who loses. Chen Qi said calmly. During the battle, he became more confident. What a joke. Do I need to go all out against a piece of trash like you? Since 50% isn't enough, 70% is. It's enough. Guqiu was really arrogant. He was unwilling to release his martial soul and go all out. Chen Qi shook his head calmly. The battle continued. Boom. The battle between Chen Qi and Guqiu reached its climax again. He thought that Guqiu could defeat Chen Qi after increasing his power to 70%. However, the reality was different. Guqiu was still suppressed by Chen Qi. His expression became worse. Bastard. How did this happen? Looks like I can only go all out. Otherwise, I'll become a joke. Guqiu faced Chen Qi's fierce attacks. He had no choice but to release his martial soul and increase his power to 100% at the same time, attacking with all his might. One had to admit that there was a huge gap between their strength. Once Guqiu attacked with all his strength, Chen Qi was no match for him at all. He was obviously suppressed. Haha, it's about time. Chen Qi had drawn out all of Guqiu's strength and completed his mission. He was ready to leave after he succeeded. I admit defeat. He suddenly retreated and left the center circle. Although he lost the battle, he was not injured at all. On the other hand, Guqiu was injured by him. Although it was not serious, it was a great humiliation. Coward! Guqiu roared. Haha, you said that you could defeat me with 70% of your power, but you still went all out in the end. How dare you call me a coward when you talk like a fart? I know my ability. I won't be such a fool. Chunchi smiled. Guchio's face turned red. He had indeed slapped himself in the face. Now that he thought about it, it was really embarrassing. What's your cultivation level? Guchio could not help but ask. Chunchi smiled and released the aura of his cultivation base. Middle stage divine body 8th level. How did this happen? Many martial artists from the Martial City Defense Army stood up abruptly, especially those from the 9th Troop. Although Chunchi's aptitude was slightly better than theirs, the difference was not big. They were still at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique realm, but the other party was already at the middle of the 8th level of the Divine Physique realm. What exactly happened in these short 5 days? Ling Xiao, you actually used the treasure you got from the Hummer Gang on this piece of trash. I'm not done with you. Qi Tianmei's plan was to take back the things that Ling Xiao had taken away after she obtained the position of commander. However, she never thought that Ling Xiao would actually dare to use their Qi family's medicinal pills without permission. He was really angry and unhappy. My turn. Seeing that Chunchi was in the limelight, Han Yuan also wanted to show his face, so he stood up and said, "Do as I say." Ling Xiao looked at him and said, "Understood." Han Yuan nodded and walked to the center circle. Team A, Han Yuan issues a challenge. At this moment, Gu Qiu was still standing on the stage, unwilling to step down. However, according to the rules, after a battle, there was a period of rest and recovery time. This guy was angered by Chun Chi, so he wanted to get back at Han Yuan. However, Chi Hung did not seem to want to give him the chance. Gu Qiu, don't be rash. Come back and heal. Let Huang Ling go. Gu Qiu wanted to refute, but when he remembered that he had taken their money, he had no choice but to return to his seat and swallow a healing pill to recover. Huang Ling stood up and looked at Gu Qiu. He said sarcastically, "Even a piece of trash can hurt you. You've really made us proud. Why don't you go up again? I'll help you get rid of all your opponents. You'd better take care of yourself. These people are not easy to deal with." Gu Qiu said coldly, "Just wait and see. I only need one move to make Han Yuan step down. He's just a vice captain." Huang Ling did not care about Gu Qiu's warning and walked to the center circle of the stage. After the referee announced the start of the battle, Han Yuan did the same thing as Chunchi, fighting with all his strength. Huang Ling chose to do the same thing as Gu Qiu. It was as if to prove that Gu Qiu could not win with 50% of his strength, but he could. Idiot. Gu Qiu gritted his teeth. Don't blame me for not warning you if you're unlucky. At this moment, the battle had already begun. Han Yuan was much stronger than Chunchi. Be it cultivation or sword technique, he was much stronger. Huang Ling, this idiot, actually dared to underestimate his opponent. In the end, the moment the two came into contact, Han Yuan chopped off one of Huang Ling's arms. Blood splattered everywhere. Huang Ling hugged his arm and howled in pain. Despair could be seen in his frightened eyes. At this moment, he had already lost an arm. Even if he fought with all his strength, it was impossible for him to win against Han Yuan. This was really an accident. It was an accident that Ling Xiao did not expect. He really did not know that the other party was actually so stupid. Han Yuan did not show mercy when he gained the upper hand. His sword technique swallowed and attacked Huang Ling crazily. Only then did Huang Ling hurriedly release his martial soul to increase his strength. However, it was already too late. Although Han Yuan's sword technique was simple, it was ingenious. Moreover, it was incomparably ruthless. Huang Ling desperately blocked the attack and jumped out of the center circle in horror. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. He realized that if he did not admit defeat, he would definitely die. Han Yuan was stunned for a moment. He originally never thought that he would win. He just did his best to display his strength. In the end, his opponent inexplicably underestimated him and was defeated by him in one fell swoop. Idiot. I told you long ago not to underestimate the enemy. These people are not to be trifled with. Gu Qiu gnashed his teeth in anger. Huang Ling lost too shamefully this time. He clearly had the strength to absolutely defeat the other party, but in the end, because he underestimated the enemy, he had an arm broken and was even forced to admit defeat. Extremely wretched. The 9th team. What the hell happened? First it was Chunchi, then Han Yuan. These two guys' strength both skyrocketed in a short time. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have left. A martial artist who left the ninth team shook his head, regretting it endlessly. Although his aptitude was not as good as Han Yuan, it was much better than Chenchi. Under the same conditions, he thought that he was absolutely more outstanding. But the cruel reality now was that he was already left far behind by Chenchi. Get lost. Yang Xiu kicked away Huang Ling, who fell to the ground, and immediately walked to the center circle. Staring at Han Yuan, he said, "The two of us fight. Han Yuan, come back and rest. Let this companion go up first and exchange a few moves with Brother Yang." Ling Xiao looked at the unfamiliar martial artist who ranked in the top 5 of Team A with them and said, "Me?" That person was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no, no, I don't dare. Yang Xiu is a member of the Yang family, and his strength is very terrifying. I'm not his match. If you don't fight, then you're not qualified to stay in Team A. Isn't that right, referee?" Ling Xiao looked at the referee and asked, "Indeed, if you lose without a fight, you're automatically disqualified." The referee nodded. There were many important people here today, so the referee did not dare to talk nonsense. Chapter 51-53. Me. The martial artist's face turned ugly. He wanted the reward, but he was afraid of Yang Xiu. He was in a dilemma. Aren't you a mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist? You don't even have the courage to fight with Yang Xiu? Ling Xiao asked curiously. What do you know? Do you know what the Yang family's martial soul is? Yang Qi was blessed by the heavens and received a gift from the gods. He can bestow a low-grade deity martial soul to the other 12 people. This Yang Xiu received the earth god martial soul. This allows him to absorb the power of the earth, and his combat power is much stronger than his cultivation. The martial artist looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly, "Forget it. I can't explain it to an idiot like you. I don't want the reward. I forfeit." The martial artist turned around and walked down the stage. "Haha, who else wants to accept my challenge?" Yang Xiu stood there and looked at Tima proudly. Han Yuan was resting, so only Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua were left. This was a very unfavorable situation for Team A. Yu Fanghua was about to stand up, but Han Yuan stopped her. "Miss Yu, even if I fully recover, I won't be a match for Yang Xiu. So, there's no difference between fighting now and later. Look carefully and see what's up with Yang Xiu's earth god martial soul." After Han Yuan finished speaking, he walked to the middle of the stage. He knew that he wasn't a match for Yang Xiu. After his defeat in the Yellow Tomb, Yang Xiu wouldn't underestimate his opponent. That way, Han Yuan wouldn't have any chance of winning. So, his only goal was to make Yang Xiu release his earth god martial soul for Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua to see. "Don't you want to see my martial soul? Then take a look." Yang Xiu smiled in disdain, and a short old man appeared behind him. Although he was short and old, the power released by his martial soul was not to be underestimated. The earth god martial soul was much stronger than ordinary martial souls. There was no doubt about that. Boom. The moment Yang Xiu released his earth god martial soul, the earth seemed to have become one with him, and the power of the earth flowed into his body. This was similar to the earth guardian that Long Chan was proficient in, but there were some differences. The earth god martial spirit allowed Yang Xiu to absorb the power of the earth to strengthen his martial spirit. The earth guardian allowed Long Chan to borrow the power of the earth to do many things. One was to absorb, while the other was to borrow. If it was a battle, earth guardian would obviously be better. However, in terms of cultivation, the earth god martial spirit was obviously better for martial artists. Han 1. Retreat. Ling Xiao suddenly frowned and shouted. The moment the earth god martial spirit was released, Ling Xiao felt a sense of uneasiness, so he shouted. Without any hesitation, Han Yuan fled towards the outside of the center circle. It was his absolute trust in Ling Xiao that helped him. However, his legs were pierced by spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground. If he hadn't run away, his heart or head would have been pierced. Yang Xiu was determined to kill Han Yuan. What a pity! Seeing that Han Yuan had escaped from the center circle, Yang Xiu felt somewhat helpless. If he continued to attack, it would be against the rules. With the imperial family's princess here, he didn't want to affect his own family by killing Han Yuan. Thank you, Corporal, Han Yuan said, still in a state of shock. Let's not talk about this for now. Swallow the healing pill. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yang Xiu. This person was determined to kill Han Yuan. His heart was already filled with killing intent. Fanghua, after you go up, kill him, Ling Xiao said coldly. According to the plan, the next person to go up was Yu Fanghua. Ling Xiao believed that Yu Fanghua wouldn't have a problem defeating Gu Qiu and Yang Xiu. Therefore, this Yang Xiu could only be dealt with by Yu Fanghua. Understood. Yu Fanghua nodded. She was also very angry. During this period of training and sparring, Han Yuan had already become their friend. Yu Fanghua also liked that little girl. Han Li, someone wanted to kill that little girl's brother. She couldn't ignore it. Moreover, Yang Xiu was a ruthless person. If she wasn't ruthless, she would probably be killed too. Only Huang Ling from Team B has lost. The other four can be said to be fine. On the other hand, Team A only has Ling Xiao and his woman left. Little sister Yu, do you still think Team A has a chance of winning? Huang Shui looked at Huang Yu and said mockingly, even if Yu Fanghua and Ling Xiao went all out and defeated two of them, they must have exhausted a lot. It's impossible for them to recover completely. They're bound to lose. Huang Yu didn't say anything. She just stared at the arena. This was indeed a crisis. What was Ling Xiao going to do? At this moment, Qi Heng was also looking at Ling Xiao with a cold smile. He seemed very pleased with himself. Although Huang Ling's unexpected loss made him a little angry, they were back on track now. They didn't even have to use their final trump card and were about to win. This was simply too easy. No one was optimistic about Team A's chances. Well, it was just the 9th team. It wasn't some mysterious team. How powerful could they be? It wouldn't be strange if they lost. On the other hand, it would be strange if Team B lost. Looks like the position of commander is going to be born in Team B. Will it be Qi Heng, Huang Taewun, or Yang Xiu? Many people had such thoughts. Under everyone's attention, Yu Fanghua stood up and walked to the center circle. At this moment, what people were paying attention to wasn't her strength, but her appearance. Well, Yu Fanghua's beautiful appearance was a little too dazzling. It made all the women there feel a trace of jealousy. However, some people were jealous and envious, while others were mad with jealousy. Xiao, I'm going. Yu Fanghua said to Ling Xiao with a charming smile. This smile was bright and moving. It really captured the hearts of too many people. Just do your best. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao's greatest concern wasn't whether Yu Fanghua could win, but Yu Fanghua's safety. I understand. Yu Fanghua smiled. She naturally understood Ling Xiao's concern for her. However, at the very least, he had to clear 2 obstacles for Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be too tired. As she spoke, Yu Fanghua stepped into the center circle. Everyone looked at this valiant young lady, and they were all shocked by her beauty. However, they didn't care about her strength at all. I really can't bear to part with such a delicate beauty. Gu Qiu, you should do it. Yang Xiu returned to his seat. I don't care. Gu Qiu stepped into the center circle. No matter if it was a man or a woman, no matter if it was ugly or beautiful, they were all just opponents to him. He wanted to regain his lost dignity from this woman. Let the duel begin. Following the referee's command, Gu Qiu completely unleashed his strength. At the same time he released his martial soul, he also pushed his cultivation to the extreme. Berserk divine essence exploded in his limbs and bones. This time, he didn't want to make the same mistake as before. He wanted to win beautifully. Chapter 51-54. Unleashing his martial soul, Gu Qiu pounced on his opponent like a venomous snake. The cold dagger symbolized his cruelty and viciousness. The viper martial soul behind him, covered in colorful spots, made him look even more sinister. He hadn't had the chance to unleash his martial soul before. Although he'd won, he'd been humiliated. This time, his viper was going to bite the woman's throat. Yu Fanghua didn't move in the face of Gu Qiu's ferocious attack. She stood there calmly, not even releasing her martial soul. You dare underestimate me? You're courting death. Gu Qiu was furious. He'd underestimated his opponent and suffered grievous injuries. He'd even embarrassed himself. This time, it was his opponent's turn to underestimate him. She hadn't unleashed her martial soul, and he sensed that she'd only used 80% of her strength. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, he wanted to kill her. However, when he was 3 meters away from Yufenghua, his attack suddenly slowed. The air around him was extremely cold. Gu Qiu found his body stiffening. Oh no! He realized that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Something was wrong with this woman, and she was very strong. Even though she'd only used 80% of her strength, it was enough to crush him. Yufenghua didn't pursue him. Gu Qiu retreated to his original spot unscathed. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. To an onlooker, this was extremely strange. Gu Qiu had launched a powerful attack, but he'd suddenly retreated after missing. What kind of trick was he playing? Activate Berserk Saint Rune. Gu Qiu suddenly roared, and a blood-red Saint Rune appeared on his body. This made Ling Xiao frown slightly. Berserk Saint Runes? It seems that there are other cultivators in the Eternal Divine Domain who know how to use Saint Runes. But then again, the Divine Rune sect was so powerful that it must have nurtured many Saint Rune masters. The ancients couldn't have killed all of them. A complete Berserk Saint Rune could increase a cultivator's strength by 100%. Unlike the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune, it was an all-round improvement. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune could only increase strength. This thing was much stronger than the Raging Bull Saint Rune. However, the opponent's Saint Inscription Master was only able to inscribe first-grade Saint Inscriptions. The Berserk Saint Inscription was a second-grade Saint Inscription, so he was unable to completely inscribe it. Only 1/3 of the engravings were completed. Currently, the power it could display was only a 30% increase in combat power. But this is already very terrifying. Ling Xiao knew very well that Gu Qiu was not the only one with the Berserk Saint Rune. Qiheng should have it as well. This was because Huang Ling and Gu Qiu were obviously the helpers Qiheng had found. The Berserk Saint Rune was also engraved by Qi Tianmei. However, he couldn't be sure that Yang Xiu and Huang Taiwun didn't. Therefore, they had to think of a way to deal with it. Originally, this kind of selection didn't allow the use of pills and talismans that could instantly increase one's battle strength. Ling Xiao thought that the Saint Rune art had also been banned. But now, it seems that there is no such thing. Since the other party had used it, why couldn't he? However, even if Gu Qiu used the incomplete Berserk Sacred Rune, he wouldn't be able to defeat Yufenghua. He wasn't worried. However, he had to think of a way for the next round. Saint Rune Encyclopedia. Ling Xiao summoned the Saint Rune Encyclopedia and searched for a way to counter the Berserk Sacred Rune. At this moment, Gu Qiu and Yufenghua in the middle of the circle were fighting again. After Gu Qiu used the Berserk Sacred Rune, his combat power had increased significantly. Yufenghua could no longer suppress him with 80% of his combat power. Hee, you didn't expect this, did you? This is my true strength. Gu Qiu attacked fiercely, constantly attacking Yufenghua. Die, 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 die. The 2 daggers in his hands were like vipers that constantly blasted out, making Yufenghua unable to cope. It's a little difficult. Then, let's use 100% of my strength. Yufenghua took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly increased. Then, he took out the moon god bow and used his movement technique to increase the distance between them. He shot an arrow. The divine arrow condensed from the essence of the moon tore through the void and pierced Gu Qiu's body. The berserk power sent Gu Qiu flying. He flew directly from the arena to the ground. The tide of the battle had turned. Yufenghua was like a goddess of the moon, mesmerizing everyone. I didn't expect this beauty to be so powerful. Gu Qiu is actually not her match. Everyone was amazed. Gu Qiu was defeated too quickly. And this woman called Yufenghua didn't even release her martial soul. It was obvious how big the gap between the two of them was. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Yufenghua wanted to directly challenge Yang Xiu. However, Ling Xiao called her back. He then engraved a saint rune on Yufenghua's hand. This is called the Berserk Saint Rune. It can make a warrior's blood boil in an instant and increase his combat power. However, its effect is far from the Berserk Saint Rune. However, this Berserk Saint Rune can be used on others. If the opponent activates the Berserk Saint Rune, you can use this Berserk Saint Rune on him. These are two types of Saint Runes that cannot be stacked. Once they are stacked, the consequences will be unimaginable. As for what it is exactly, to be honest, I'm not sure either. Remember, it will only work if you aim the Saint Rune on your palm at the opponent's Berserk Saint Rune. Whether you can hit it or not will depend on your ability. Ling Xiao stared at Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua nodded and stepped back into the center circle with a smile. She didn't use much of her divine essence to deal with Gu Qiu. A healing pill that Ling Xiao had specially refined was enough to replenish her divine essence. Who else? Yu Fenghua stood in the center circle and looked at the 3 people from Team B. The original 4 against 2 had become 3 against 2. Team A had regained some of their advantage. The martial artists of the 9th squad cheered loudly. They seemed to be a little unique. There were tens of thousands of people in the audience, but the 9th team only had a dozen people. Their cheers resounded in all directions. Qi Tianmei's expression turned ugly. Unlike Huang Ling's unexpected defeat, Gu Qiu was easily defeated even after using the Berserk Saint Rune. They had neglected Yu Fenghua. Maybe this woman is even more terrifying than Ling Xiao. Huang Yu was a little happy. Earlier, Team A had been at a disadvantage. She had been mocked by Huang Shui, but she didn't dare to say anything. However, it was different now. Sister, the situation seems to be different. Huang Yu smiled. This is within my expectations. This woman can defeat Gu Qiu, but she can't defeat Yang Xiu. Huang Shui gritted her teeth. Yang Xiu had already walked into the center circle. Looking at Yu Fenghua indifferently, he said, although it would be a pity if such a beautiful flower were to be destroyed. However, since you're blocking my path, you deserve to die. Let the battle begin. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. Boom. Yang Xiu immediately released his earth god martial soul and erupted with all his strength. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Moreover, Yu Fenghua wasn't weak. Yang Xiu didn't dare to underestimate her since she could defeat Gu Qiu, who used the Berserk Saint Rune. Chapter 51-55. At the place where Yu Fenghua stood, a pile of sharp spikes suddenly emerged. However, in that instant, Yu Fenghua's figure had already disappeared. Ling Zhao's performance was so dazzling that Yu Fenghua was neglected. However, Yu Fenghua, who had awakened the power of the Moon Lady, was not inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of talent and combat skills. However, she was willing to stay quietly by Ling Zhao's side. She would only unleash her terrifying combat power if someone dared to hurt Ling Xiao. Her speed was not inferior to Ling Zhao's. Have you ever seen how fast Moonlight is? Yang Xiu's speed was not enough to catch up to her. Not bad. Yang Xiu saw that his sneak attack had failed and pounced forward. In that instant, his earth god martial soul put on a layer of khaki armor for him. It was completely formed by the power of the earth. It improved both his defense and attack. Yang Xiu did not use weapons. He clenched his fists and smashed them down like boulders. Boom. The air was smashed, and there was a loud sonic boom. Unfortunately, his powerful attack could not catch up to Yu Fenghua's speed. His attack did not touch Yu Fenghua. Yang Xiu's fist landed on the arena, creating a crater and several cracks. After all, this was a strengthened arena. For it to be smashed into such a state, it was sufficient to see how powerful Yang Xiu's attack was. Unfortunately, Yu Fenghua was faster. What kind of movement technique is this? She's like a fairy from the Moon Palace. I can't catch her at all. Qi Heng was also stunned when he saw this scene. Yang Xiu's attack was strong, but Yu Fenghua's movement technique surprised him. I must have this woman. Ling Xiao does not deserve her. After a few rounds, Yang Xiu was a little irritable. A terrifying and violent aura was released from his body. The Berserk Saint Rune was activated. This guy actually had the Berserk Sacred Rune. It seemed like Ling Zhao's worries were correct. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, Qi Tianmei actually did not hesitate to cooperate with Yang Xiu. He even gave him the Berserk Saint Rune. Activating the Berserk Saint Rune, Yang Xiu's speed soared. Yu Fenghua could no longer avoid it. However, just as everyone was worried about what Yu Fenghua would do next, Yu Fenghua suddenly launched an attack. Instead of running away, she rushed towards Yang Xiu. It's over. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If Yang Xiu did not use the Berserk Saint Rune, it would be fine. If he used the Berserk Saint Rune, it would be impossible for him to win. Good timing. When Yang Xiu saw Yu Fanghua charging at him, he clenched his fists together. The power of the earth gathered on his fists, and a terrifying fist force blasted out. Like a giant cannon, it blasted everything in front of it away. Moonlight barrier. Yu Fanghua did not dodge. More importantly, she could not dodge. Yang Xiu's attack covered a large area. If she wanted to avoid it, she would miss the opportunity to attack. Hence, she chose to face it head-on. The bright moonlight instantly formed a sturdy protective wall. The violent fist force collided with it, but it was unable to destroy it. In the next moment, Yu Fanghua was nowhere to be seen. Yang Xiu was shocked. Berserk Saint Rune. At this moment, Yu Fanghua appeared beside Yang Xiu and imprinted the Berserk Saint Rune on the Berserk Saint Rune. Two Saint Runes stacked together. Yu Fanghua did not need to do anything. Yang Xiu was bleeding from all 7 orifices on the arena. He was seriously injured and unconscious. Although he did not die, it could be considered as revenge for Han Yuan. To be honest, Yang Xiu's situation was worse than death. At that moment, the entire arena was dead silent. She won again. Not only did she defeat Gu Qiu, but she also defeated Yang Xiu, one of the 3 giants of Team B. This Yu Fanghua was truly a bit too powerful, right? Qi Tianmei, Huang Shui, Qi Hong, and the others' expressions were very ugly. Huang Yu and the members of the 9th team breathed a sigh of relief. The originally huge disadvantage was gradually turned around. Sister, I've said it before. Don't be complacent until the end. Huang Yu looked at Huang Shui and smiled. I'll return this to you. In Team B, the strongest are Huang Taewun and Qi Hong. That Yang Xiu is still weak. It was impossible for Yu Fanghua to be a match for those 2. In order to let Ling Xiao conserve his energy, Yu Fanghua will definitely fight continuously. No matter how strong she is, she can't defeat the remaining 2. Huang Shui said coldly. Huang Yu did not say anything. Huang Shui's words made sense. It was the truth. It seems like I can't use the Berserk Saint Rune. Qi Hong frowned. But fortunately, I still have other trump cards. He was not stupid. From Yang Xiu's failure, he could see that the originally powerful Berserk Saint Rune had become a weakness. In fact, this was not the Berserk Saint Rune's weakness. If it was a complete Berserk Saint Rune, there was no need to worry. But the incomplete Berserk Saint Rune was not good. I've said it before. You guys are unorthodox. If you're afraid, leave the remaining 2 to me. Huang Taewun looked at Qi Hong in disdain. Then, he said to Yu Fanghua, go and rest. I don't want to take advantage of you. Finally, that Ling Xiao is not qualified to fight with me. I'll leave him to Qi Hong later. Huang Taewun wanted to fight with Yu Fanghua because he saw how strong Yu Fanghua was. Fanghua, come back and rest. Leave the next 2 battles to me. Ling Xiao said with concern. Xiao, I'll be fine after resting for a while. I'll leave that Qi Hong to you, but I want to try and see if I can defeat Huang Taewun. Yu Fanghua said. Huang Taewun is a member of the royal family after all. The martial skills and cultivation techniques he cultivates are probably 2nd-level saint class, and the quality is probably better than yours. Plus, he has cultivated for a long time, so his proficiency is much higher than yours. If you have 1 more month, you can defeat him. But today, it's a little difficult. Ling Xiao said seriously. It's okay. It's just a challenge. If I can't win, I can force him to use his trump card. At that time, it'll be easy for you to deal with him. Yu Fanghua smiled. I can't persuade you. If you want to go, I'll agree. But remember, if you feel that it's not enough, withdraw. Even if those 2 join forces, they are not my match. So, you don't have to worry about me. Ling Xiao said confidently. Of course, this was more because he didn't want Yu Fanghua to risk her life. In fact, if he really faced both Qi Hong and Huang Taewun at the same time, he would be in a lot of trouble. While they were talking, the 5-minute break had passed. Yu Fanghua walked back to the center circle. First of all, I won't go easy on you just because you just fought. Huang Taewun released his martial soul as he spoke. That was the most famous golden god martial soul in the golden martial nation. Although everyone's golden god martial soul would be different due to their battle characteristics, there was one common characteristic. However, they all shared a common characteristic, and that was that they were humanoid, golden in color, and had a high-level deity position. Although Huang Taewun is not as strong as Huang Taifeng, he has been stuck at the peak of the 8th-level divine physique realm for a long time. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible below the 9th-level divine physique realm. Ling Xiao analyzed Huang Taewun carefully. Chapter 51-56. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Taewun and analyzed carefully. Yu Fanghua wanted to fight Huang Taewun to give him a chance to analyze. He naturally couldn't let Yu Fanghua down. Of course it's best if I go all out. Otherwise, if I win, others will say that I relied on luck. Yu Fanghua didn't dare to be negligent and released her martial soul for the first time. A bright moon hung high in the sky. It was clearly daytime, but the surrounding scenery had a strange change. It was like night. This is the most special celestial martial soul among the nature-type martial souls. It's not inferior to the god martial soul at all. Discussions could be heard from below the stage. A high-grade god martial soul versus a celestial martial soul. This was a very interesting thing. You are indeed very strong, but I will definitely win this battle. Huang Taewun's eyes released a strong fighting spirit. His battle strength was at its peak. Yu Fanghua's strength made him extremely excited. The battle begins. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. In that instant, Huang Taewun launched an attack. He suddenly punched out from a distance. The golden fist tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of Yu Fanghua. Golden fist. He did not intend to show any mercy. However, his first attack still had a hint of probing. Because his opponent was very strong, he didn't dare to rashly attack with all his strength. Otherwise, if his attack failed, he would be in trouble. But the golden fist was definitely strong. Because it was a rank 1 sacred class martial skill. Ling Xiao had said before that although Huang Taiyun was from a declining royal family, he was still a member of the royal family. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Some powerful martial skills and divine abilities were nothing. Yu Fanghua saw that this guy's attack was powerful and immediately took out the moon god bow. The essence of the moon condensed into a divine arrow and shot it out. The divine arrow and the golden fist collided in the air. There was a loud explosion. They were actually evenly matched. However, Huang Taewun was not someone Yang Xiu could compare to. Before the golden fist was broken, he had already prepared for a second attack. When the two attacks dissipated, he was already in front of Yu Fanghua. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel sneer. When I kill people, I don't care if they're men or women. Don't blame me if you die. A pair of metal gloves suddenly appeared on his hands. This glove was obviously a treasure. Furthermore, there were 3 divine dragon patterns on it. Golden dragon claw. Its sharp claws reached for Yu Fanghua's head. This attack had already reached the level of a 2nd-level Saint-class martial skill. Yu Fanghua had no choice but to deal with it. Her reaction was very fast. Furthermore, there was no sign of nervousness on his face. Forming a seal with his right hand, Zhang Xian thrust his palm forward. This was Yu Fanghua's 2nd-level Saint-class martial skill. The ice-cold handprint collided with the golden dragon claw. Boom! There was another loud explosion. The shattered blue stone on the arena turned into dust. Debris flew everywhere. The two of them retreated more than 10 steps at the same time. However, it was obvious that Huang Taewun had the upper hand. Although they were both 2nd-level Saint-class martial skills, Huang Taewun's golden dragon claw had been cultivated for many years. It was much more mature than Yu Fanghua's seal of the cold moon. There was not much difference in their overall strength. Yu Fanghua was naturally at a disadvantage. I didn't expect you to know a 2nd-level Saint-class martial skill. However, you don't seem to be familiar with it. How long can you block such a fierce attack? Huang Taewun sneered and launched a series of attacks. Yu Fanghua had no choice but to activate the Light Body Saint inscription and the Barbaric Bull Saint inscription. Only then could she barely block it. She didn't use the Golden Light Saint inscription because it consumed too much God essence. She didn't have as much God essence as Ling Xiao did. For a moment, Huang Taewun attacked fiercely, while Yu Fenghua kept retreating. It was obvious that she was at a great disadvantage. At that moment, Yu Fenghua's eyes flashed with a cold light. She was going to use the Fever Saint inscription on herself. Fenghua enough. Ling Xiao believed that Yu Fenghua could win if she went all out. She could definitely do it with the Fever Saint inscription. However, the Fever Saint inscription had a huge flaw. After using it once, the user would completely collapse. The user would suffer for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao didn't want his woman to suffer so much pain. The key was that there was no need. Yu Fenghua heard the unquestionable tone in Ling Xiao's voice. Although she was a girl with her own opinions, 33 people started. However, she also knew that Ling Xiao could be very unreasonable at times, especially when it came to protecting his woman. She didn't want Ling Xiao to be sad and angry for her. Therefore, she chose to retreat. She jumped out of the center circle. Even if Huang Taiyun wanted to hurt her, it would be impossible for him to do so. Good obedient child. Ling Xiao patted Yu Fenghua's head and said, "You've already done well enough. This isn't a situation where you have to risk your life. Go back and rest. Let me do the rest." And Yu Fenghua nodded with a red face and sat there obediently. Seeing this, Qi Heng was so jealous that he wanted to vomit blood. That woman who was as cold as ice towards him was obedient like a pet beside Ling Xiao. He really couldn't stand it. "Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Qi Heng roared in his heart and stepped into the center circle at the same time. He couldn't wait any longer. Team A is finished. That was what many people thought. The strongest member of Team A, Yu Fenghua, has already lost. It's impossible now. That Ling Xiao hasn't made his move yet. Who knows, he might be very strong. Do you believe it? A piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Do you think he can turn the situation around? This seems like it's really impossible. No one thought highly of Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao didn't hide his cultivation at all. A peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon stood there like a joke. These people underestimated the corporal. They'll be slapped in the face later. Chun Chi sneered. That's right. Only those who have fought with the corporal will understand that they'll be at a disadvantage if they only look at cultivation. Han Yuan nodded and said. He didn't admire anyone, but Ling Xiao was definitely one of them. Previously, he also looked down on Ling Xiao. However, after this period of contact, he understood how powerful and great Ling Xiao was. Qi Heng, quickly finish off that piece of trash. Let's have a good fight. Although you're not as good as me, you're probably the strongest among these people. I can't give up the position of commander to you. Huang Taiyun sat there with a hint of disdain. Not as good as you. Qi Heng looked at Huang Taiyun indifferently and said, You think too highly of yourself. Even when I was at the late stage of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, I only lost to you by half a move. Now that I've broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, do you still deserve to fight with me? Get lost. You don't have a chance to fight here. At the same time, Huang Taiyun suddenly spat out blood and fainted with a dull expression. He was unconscious. What's going on? Is there an internal conflict in Team A? A lot of people were stunned. That's not the main point. The main point is that Qi Heng actually knocked Huang Taiyun out with a roar. How powerful is he? Everyone present acted as if it was their first time meeting Qi Heng. Chapter 51-57. Qi Heng's roar that stunned Huang Taiyun caused quite a commotion. I didn't expect him to be so weak, Qi Heng said nonchalantly when he was questioned by the judge. He did not make a move, so it was not against the rules. Moreover, he had the support of the Qi family, so nobody dared to criticize him. In the end, this small commotion ended with the people's shock. Qi Heng stepped into the center circle and glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. All right, there's no one to disturb us now. Just accept your death obediently. I'll avenge the dragon lair today. I'm afraid that not only will I fail, but I'll also lose my life. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He knew that Qi Heng had become much stronger, but it was not like he did nothing these days. I didn't expect it to become a civil war in Martial City in the end. However, this Ling Xiao is only here to accompany the crown prince, right? He can't be compared to Qi Heng at all. I think so too. Huang Taewun was stunned and lost his chance to compete for the position of commander. It seems like the position of Marshall City's city defense commander that has been vacant for a long time will be Qi Heng's. When Ling Xiao and Qi Heng stepped into the center circle, the audience burst into an earth-shattering discussion. Nobody was optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. After all, Ling Xiao was still too weak in terms of strength on the surface. It was impossible for him to compete with Qi Heng. In the entire Marshall City, Qi Heng was a powerhouse second only to Qi Tianmei. On the spectator stand, Huang Yu and Huang Shui seemed a little nervous as they stared at the arena with burning eyes. The battle between Ling Xiao and Qi Heng would completely change the situation in Marshall City. It would even affect the entire outer circle. It would affect the competition between the Qi family and the imperial family. Sister, you must be feeling conflicted right now. I didn't expect our imperial family to rely on an outsider to keep up appearances. That Huang Taewun you found is too weak. Huang Yu glanced at Huang Shui and said. Huang Shui was indeed very conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that Ling Xiao would die. On the other hand, she didn't want Qi Heng to win. However, Huang Taewun, whom she had high hopes for, was stunned by Qi Heng's roar, which made her very passive. It's not about who I support now. Do you really think that Ling Xiao can defeat Qi Heng? Huang Shui coldly snorted. Perhaps I didn't have much confidence in him before, but at this point, I believe in him, Huang Yu said. Foolish trust. Huang Shui cursed and stopped talking. At this moment, the arena could be said to be the focus of attention. Qi Heng stood with his hands behind his back, looking mighty and domineering. His brocade robe made him look even more majestic. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. You're really stubborn. Even Huang Taewun couldn't withstand my attack. Do you think you can? Ling Xiao gave him too many surprises, especially the incident in the Dragon Cave, which even made him feel humiliated. However, Qi Heng still believed that if they were to fight, he would definitely win. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through and reached the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Under Qi Tianmei's guidance, he also cultivated an even more powerful martial technique secret method. There was no way he wouldn't win. Whether I think it's not important. What's important is that since we're already standing on the arena, let's fight it out. There's no point in talking anymore. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Fight it out. Fight it out. I'll make you completely convinced today. Then die. Qi Heng suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, but he didn't release his martial soul. Perhaps in Qi Heng's opinion, he didn't need to go all out to deal with a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level divine body realm, although a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. However, Ling Xiao wasn't even a rabbit in front of him. He was only an ant. It's not that easy to kill me. Ling Xiao also entered the beast god's body state at the same time and activated the sun god's blood formation. He entered the 2nd level of the bloody rat demon. He activated the sky tyrant's possession. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when fighting against someone like Qi Heng. He was ready to go all out from the start. In the arena, the auras of both parties kept colliding. There were sparks flying in the air. Energy overflowed. Let the battle begin. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. Boom. Qi Heng immediately launched an attack. He couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao. He had been accumulating energy before, and it was only when the referee's voice sounded that he completely unleashed his accumulated energy. At that moment, the entire arena became nervous. Everyone stared at Qi Heng's figure that was like the wind. He was as fast as the wind and as powerful as lightning. Rumble. In the midst of the attack, there were continuous sonic booms in the air. The powerful energy tore the air apart. A saber suddenly appeared in Qi Heng's hand. It was an extremely sharp saber, an emperor artifact with 3 divine dragon patterns. He slashed out a crazy saber light, aiming at Ling Xiao's head. The saber light seemed to have turned into an afterimage at that moment. It was extremely fast. Facing this crazy saber attack, Ling Xiao didn't retreat or dodge. Because Qi Heng's current strength wasn't enough for him to dodge, the Void God's sword suddenly rose. Clang! The sword and saber collided violently. They were entangled. Qi Heng couldn't help but frown. He thought that he could easily take down his opponent, but it turned out that the opponent was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Without thinking, he clenched his left hand into a fist and smashed it at Ling Xiao's head. This guy's two attacks were aimed at Ling Xiao's head. Clearly, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his left hand at the same time. However, the difference was that Qi Heng used a normal attack, while Ling Xiao used the demon ox fist. Boom! The two of them collided again. This time, Qi Heng was obviously at a disadvantage. He was forced to retreat more than 10 steps, and even blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Smoke and dust flew up from the arena. Spiderweb-like cracks kept spreading. What? Seeing this scene, the audience was dumbfounded. Huang Shui was even more dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao was only relying on the divine inscription art. But now, Ling Xiao clearly didn't use the divine inscription art, but he was able to suppress Qi Heng. What's going on with this guy? Those martial artists who thought that Ling Xiao would definitely lose were a little dazed at this time. The direction of this battle was completely different from what they had imagined. Again, Qi Heng was at a disadvantage, and a violent emotion rose in his chest. He pounced forward crazily. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, Ling Xiao and Qi Heng attacked each other crazily. They fought from the arena to the air. They fought from the air back to the ground. The figures of the two would only appear at the moment of contact. Due to the fast speed of the battle, most martial artists couldn't see them clearly at all. In just more than 10 seconds, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. This made the shocked audience even more dumbfounded. Finally, at a certain moment, bang! Qi Heng's figure flew out again and fell on the arena. He was forced back again, and this time, he was in a worse state than before. Countless people in the drill ground were in an uproar. If the previous one could be said to be a coincidence, then after dozens of blows, not only was Ling Xiao not at a disadvantage, but he was also able to force Qi Heng back again. This couldn't be a coincidence. Chapter 51-58. Originally, these people thought that Ling Xiao would be defeated as soon as the battle began. They thought that he wouldn't even be able to block a single move from Qi Heng. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Not only did Ling Xiao not lose, but he even managed to force Qi Heng back and injure him. Release your martial soul. Otherwise, you're no match for me. Ling Xiao stood there and said calmly. He knew that the Qi family's martial soul was also a god martial soul. It was called the Hound God. The Hound God martial soul was actually a type of beast god martial soul, but it was different from the Hound God of the primeval god position. There was no comparison. It could be said that the Hound God of the primeval god position was the ancestor of the Qi family's Hound God. Qi Heng looked at Ling Xiao with a gloomy face. He was very unhappy. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't as weak as he looked, but he still thought that he could easily defeat him. But after the real fight, he realized that something was wrong. Ling Xiao was much more terrifying than he thought. Even without using the Saint runes, he could still suppress him without releasing his martial soul. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Hound God martial soul, release. Following Qi Heng's roar, a terrifying energy surged from behind him. At the same time, a shadow with a dog's head and a human's body appeared behind him. A terrifying aura erupted. It pressed down on Ling Xiao. You didn't defeat me before I released my martial soul. This is your stupidest mistake. Now you're going to die. Qi Heng sneered and charged at Ling Xiao again. With the enhancement of his martial soul, Qi Heng's speed was more than 10 times faster than before. In an instant, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Light body Saint Rune, holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao didn't meet force with force. He chose to avoid the attack. Can you escape? Hound God Wind. Coupled with the Hound God martial soul's movement technique, Qi Heng's speed soared again. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. Mad Dog Thunderstorm Blade. Qi Heng didn't show any mercy this time. A second-level Saint class martial skill was unleashed. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the air. Before the saber Qi approached, Ling Xiao could already feel the pain of being cut. Even smoother cuts appeared on the blue stone slabs on the ground. Saint Barbaric Bull Rune, God-defying art, cross form, combine. Ling Xiao raised the Void God Sword to meet the attack. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it head-on. Although the god-reversing art was not as good as Qi Heng's martial technique, it was still very powerful. However, Ling Xiao's Void God Sword was sharper than his opponent's battle blade and had improved significantly. With the help of the Saint Barbaric Bull rune, he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Clang! The saber and the sword clashed again. The power spread out beneath their feet. A huge crater had been blasted open on the stage. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched, it was actually Ling Xiao who was at a disadvantage. In that instant, Qi Heng attacked again. The battle blade in his hand almost turned into an afterimage as he slashed at Ling Xiao again and again. Let's see how long you can last. It was almost like a storm of battle blades. The entire stage was shrouded in saber qi. After Qi Heng released his martial soul, he suppressed Ling Xiao. He kept attacking, trying to beat Ling Xiao until he lost his will to fight. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. If he was hit by that attack, he would probably be turned into minced meat. However, Ling Xiao didn't look nervous at all in the face of Qi Heng's attacks. With Qi Heng's strength, the help of a second-level Saint-class martial skill, and the Emperor Artifact Battle Blade with 3 Divine Dragon runes, it was normal for him to fight like this. He seemed to only have the power to defend and didn't have the power to fight back, but he blocked all of his opponent's attacks. In the Tai Chi Eye, Qi Heng's every attack, even the trajectory of the attack, was clearly imprinted in his mind. The most terrifying thing was that the Tai Chi Eye helped Ling Xiao to analyze the weakness of the attack and think of a way to deal with it. It's my turn. The Tai Chi Eye suddenly flickered with a sharp light. Ling Xiao found the only flaw in Qi Heng's saber technique. In that instant, Ling Xiao released the power of the void with his right hand. The light of transcending the void instantly pierced through the layers of saber net and stabbed at Qi Heng. The move transcending the void completely ignored space. Once Ling Xiao released it, Qi Heng had no time to defend at all. That sharp light directly hit Qi Heng. However, because the attack power wasn't strong enough, it only shattered Qi Heng's protective divine essence and left a shallow bloody mark on Qi Heng's cheek. Even so, it gave Qi Heng a fright. It made Qi Heng's saber net even more vulnerable. At this moment, Ling Xiao used his real killing move. Heaven-covering blood palm. The power of a rank 3 Saint-class martial skill directly shattered the saber net and blasted Qi Heng's body. Qi Heng flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell on the arena again. At this moment, the whole arena was shocked. One had to know that Qi Heng was repelled by Ling Xiao before because Qi Heng didn't release his martial soul. Now, Qi Heng had released his divine dog martial soul, but he was still repelled. And the injury this time seemed to be more serious than the previous 2 times. Heaven-covering blood palm? What's your relationship with the city lord of Dual Axe City? Qi Heng said angrily. Why do you care so much? Now, do you still want to say that you can definitely win? Ling Xiao didn't pursue because he knew that Qi Heng still had other killing moves. If he got too close, it would be easy for the other party to succeed in a sneak attack. He had to weaken the other party to a certain extent before completely destroying him. Qi Heng's eyes seemed to turn blood red. At that moment, he roared like a wild beast. Ling Xiao, you must die. Divine dog possession. The phantom behind Qi Heng was instantly absorbed into his body. At that moment, his body also started to change. Regardless of whether it was strength or speed, it increased again. That terrifying aura made countless people tremble with fear. After transforming, Qi Heng grabbed the ground with both hands and moved like a wild beast on all 4s. His blood-red eyes were filled with berserk killing intent. That dog head especially looked incomparably malevolent. Qi Heng miscalculated again. He originally thought that he could win after releasing his martial soul, but once again, he was injured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this trash, actually cultivated a 3rd-level Saint-class martial skill. This was something he never expected. Last time in the Dragon Cave, he lost all face. He didn't expect that he would lose face again in this commander selection. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback. I still say the same thing. Even if you turn into a dog, you can't kill me. Ling Xiao still looked indifferently at Qi Heng. Stupid Qi Heng. He still didn't realize that the bloodthirsty plague had weakened him. Ha 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 ha. I really admire your courage. Qi Heng's expression was malevolent, his voice incomparably cold. Ling Xiao, to be able to force me to this extent, I really admire you. But unfortunately, at this point, it also means that you're completely finished. You think the divine dog possession is everything? Let me tell you, this is only the first step, because there's a cultivation method that can only be used in this state. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This Qi Heng indeed had other trump cards besides the Berserk Saint Rune. Chapter 51-59. After Qi Heng was possessed by the Hound deity, he indicated that he still had an even more powerful trump card waiting for Ling Xiao. As his voice landed, a dangerous aura was released from his body. A hoarse and terrifying voice was spat out from his throat. Mad Hound Mystic Art. Bang. A tyrannical aura was released from his body again with a loud bang, akin to an erupting volcano. Everyone could feel Qi Heng's aura rising steadily. It was just that Qi Heng's eyes had an additional look of increasingly intense madness. It's actually the Mad Hound Mystic Art. Many people stood up in shock. They did not expect that Qi Heng was actually forced to such an extent. The Mad Hound Mystic Art was a mystic art unique to the Qi family. It could instantly increase a martial artist's combat power tenfold. The most terrifying thing was that the Mad Hound Mystic Art could even make a martial artist's divine essence undergo changes, slacking off the terrifying rabies germs. Once the opponent came into contact with this germ, if not dealt with in time, they would become increasingly weaker until they died. It could be said to be an extremely troublesome mystic art. Of course, such a powerful mystic art naturally had a particularly powerful weakness. Otherwise, Qi Heng would have used it from the start. There were two weaknesses. Actually, it was better to say that they were sequelae. Firstly, the user would be affected by the rabies germs, becoming crazy and losing reason. Secondly, once the Mad Hound Mystic Art was used, the cultivation would definitely regress after the battle. As for how much it would regress, it would depend on the user's cultivation stability as well as their physical quality. No matter what, this was very troublesome. Even the Qi family's martial artists really did not dare to use it unless it was a desperate situation. Blood-red divine essence enveloped Qi Heng's entire body. This made the Qi Heng who was lying there with his hands and feet grabbing the ground look like a blood-red beast. Even his teeth also became incomparably sharp. A low roar emitted from his throat, not like a human at all. In order to kill me, you're really going all out. But aren't you afraid that doing this will be futile? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Qi Heng as he said, as long as I can achieve the goal, this bit of price is nothing. If I don't do this, the one who will be unlucky will be me. Qi Heng said coldly, compared to the regression of my cultivation base, I think death is more troublesome. After all, once a person dies, there's no chance left. As soon as Qi Heng said the last word, he suddenly pounced forward. Their target was Ling Xiao. In that instant, the blood-red figure was extremely fast. As expected of the Mad Dog's secret art, it is indeed crazy. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Even with the light body Saint Rune, his current speed was comparable to Qi Heng's. Now that his opponent had sped up, it was too late for him to speed up, and he would only expose his flaws. Therefore, at this moment, Ling Xiao's face was like water, and he rationally chose to resist. He wanted to see just how strong Qi Heng was after using the Mad Dog's secret technique. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided again. This time, Ling Xiao directly used the heaven-covering blood palm. In the end, he couldn't hold on for more than a moment. His opponent's combat strength had increased too much. Stacked together, it was a 100-fold increase, and it wasn't something he could resist at all. Ling Xiao's figure flew backward, and in the end, he had to rely on the sharpness of the Void God's sword to slow down on the arena before he could stop. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's physical body was tough enough, so he wasn't seriously injured this time. He was only pushed back. You're really tough. You've cultivated a body-refining martial technique, right? But no matter how tough you are, how many times can you block it? After Qi Heng's attack, he didn't stop, and he appeared in front of Ling Xiao again. A violent attack blasted out again. However, This time, Ling Xiao was prepared, and he used the earth-piercing golden light technique to avoid the attack. He didn't let Qi Heng's goal succeed. However, he was forced to dodge like this. Many people could see that Ling Xiao was beginning to be at a disadvantage, suppressed by Qi Heng. If he didn't have any other trump cards, he would probably die here today. Huang Yu's expression became solemn, while Huang Shui looked conflicted. The ninth squad's martial artists all clenched their fists tightly, nervously watching the changes in the arena, their hearts heavy and worried. In contrast, Yu Fenghua looked relaxed, as if Ling Xiao wasn't in any trouble at all, because only she understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Even though Qi Heng used the Mad Dog's secret technique and posed a threat to Ling Xiao was actually enjoying the battle. Unfortunately, Qi Tianmei didn't know this, and that old guy was still smiling proudly. Swoosh, swoosh. Qi Heng kept shrinking the encirclement. He didn't give Ling Xiao a chance to use the earth-piercing golden light technique. This made Ling Xiao's space to dodge smaller and smaller. At some point, Ling Xiao realized that no matter where he fled, he would face Qi Heng. It was simply impossible to escape. A ferocious smile appeared on Qi Heng's face. Run, run, run. Why aren't you running anymore? Today, I'll make you lose your life here. As he spoke, Qi Heng's hand movements didn't stop. The tyrannical attack enveloped Ling Xiao, sealing off all of Ling Xiao's escape angles. In the spectator seats, many people already stood up. That was because they felt that this battle might end here. Even if Ling Xiao lost, he actually already won respect. After all, Ling Xiao fought with Qi Heng for so long, and even injured Qi Heng 3 times. Although he was going to lose now, it was a glorious defeat. They thought so, but Ling Xiao didn't think so. Since they were going to fight, he wouldn't admit defeat. Do you think you can scare me by pretending to be calm? You have no chance at all. Die for me. Qi Heng hoped to see fear and shock on Ling Xiao's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever. Even at the moment when he attacked, he revealed a disdainful smile. Oh, are you so sure? The rabid dog's secret technique may have given you powerful combat strength, but at the same time, it also made you lose your mind and even your sense of pain. Don't you realize that you're already injured all over? Also, don't you know? Why was I chosen by the Golden King to enter the Golden Region? I'm a Saint Inscription Master. Ling Xiao chuckled and activated the Golden Saint Inscription. Boom. At the same time, Qi Heng's attack landed on the protective wall formed by the Golden Saint Inscription. This was a protective wall that even a first-level Divine Soul Realm martial artist couldn't break easily. Qi Heng couldn't break it either. Originally, he just couldn't break it. However, at this moment, Qi Heng's body was covered with small wounds. After the violent impact, these wounds suddenly split open. Blood spurted out. Qi Heng roared in pain and became a bloody man. Why? Qi Heng knelt on one knee. Obviously, he was seriously injured. It was a miracle that he didn't die after losing so much blood. The audience also wanted to ask why. Because this was a situation that they had not expected. Ling Xiao, who they thought would lose, turned the situation around in an instant. It was really strange. Chapter 5160. So Ling Xiao is a Saint Inscription Master? No wonder he was so calm. What he released just now was the Golden Light Saint Inscription, a first-grade defensive Saint Inscription. However, it can only defend and not counterattack, right? Why is Qi Heng in such a miserable state? Look, what's that? Someone with sharp eyes saw the flashing sword pellet beside Ling Xiao. The sword pellet was only the size of a quail egg. Moreover, it usually flew at high speed. It was not easy to see it. Now that it stopped, they finally noticed the sword pellet. It's the Divine Inscription sect's sword pellet technique. Huang Shui had seen the sword pellet technique before. Now, she finally understood why. Ling Xiao wasn't just dodging Qi Heng's attack. While dodging, he released the sword pellet. Qi Heng didn't even know he was injured because he used the Mad Dog's secret technique. It was only when the sword pellet collided with the Golden Light Saint Inscription that all the wounds opened up. What a terrifying guy. Huang Shui couldn't help but shiver. Ling Xiao wasn't very strong. but his mind was really vicious and cunning. One had to be 200% focused when fighting with him. Otherwise, one would definitely be plotted against. Why? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. How can I not study the Mad Dog's secret technique that can instantly increase one's combat power? Your Qi clan is very famous. It's even easier to find information on the Mad Dog's secret technique. Damn it! Qi Heng's mind completely exploded. He had miscalculated again. He thought he could pay the price and use the Mad Dog's secret technique to kill Ling Xiao. Who would have known that Ling Xiao was an ant transformed from a demon? He was always scheming against him. Admit defeat. I don't want to become mortal enemies with the Qi clan. If you admit defeat, I can give you the position of deputy commander. Ling Xiao smiled. Shut up. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Do you think you can defeat me with the Golden Light Saint inscription? In your dreams. Qi Heng struggled to stand up. A vicious expression appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was as calm as ever, as if he had expected this to happen. How could Qi Heng admit defeat at this time? This guy still wanted to kill him. The Sword Orb technique and the Golden Saint rune should be your final trump card. And I still have the most powerful trump card. So you're dead for sure this time. Qi Heng's deep voice was filled with the aura of death. A small, blood-red sword suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Of course, other people couldn't see this blood-red sword. They could only feel the sudden surge of Qi Heng's soul power. An aura that made one's heart tremble formed there. Secret soul technique? A knowledgeable martial artist exclaimed. It's clearly Qi Tianmei's most proficient soul sword technique. He hadn't expected Qi Heng's attainments in soul techniques to be so high. You must have used this to knock out Huang Taewun just now. Ling Xiao is in trouble now that the soul sword technique is out. If he doesn't admit defeat now, I'm afraid he'll become a fool. The terrifying soul power continued to condense. The blood-red sword became stronger and stronger in Qi Heng's perception. The air in that area seemed to be frightened by the soul sword Qi, making a trembling wail. I didn't expect Qi Heng to have cultivated the soul sword technique to the 3rd level. You must know that the soul sword technique is very difficult to cultivate. Martial artists under the divine soul realm can cultivate it to the 4th level at most. Even Qi Tianmei, who is the most proficient in this technique, can only touch the edge of the 4th level. How did Qi Heng do it? It doesn't matter how he did it. The situation is reversed again. Even if Qi Heng is seriously injured, as long as Ling Xiao dies, he still wins. There were too many changes in this battle, bringing too many surprises to people. But this time, it seemed that it was really going to be over. Ling Xiao, you didn't expect that I still have the soul sword technique. Although you're very strong and can injure me seriously, you can't escape death in the end. You must be very desperate and unhappy, right? Unfortunately, the reality is so cruel. Qi Heng looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The most terrifying thing about the soul secret technique was that it was extremely fast. It was almost faster than any martial skill. So he wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would escape, because Ling Xiao couldn't escape at all. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. If you had joined the Qi family, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation today. Covered in blood and with a ferocious expression, Qi Heng looked like a violent monster. Ling Xiao could see the blood-red sword with his Tai Chi eye. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Yes, the reality is really cruel. You've always wanted to kill me, but in my eyes, you're just a pathetic weed. You're nothing but a miserable weed that grew on my path of cleaving through thistles and thorns. Since you want to die, I'll gladly fulfill your wish. Ha 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 ha. Qi Heng laughed wildly. You're about to die, but you're still so sharp-tongued. Do it, and I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're about to die. If I argue with a fool, I'll become a fool too. Oh, right, after you die, don't worry about your woman. I'll love her. Because of the last words, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with the strongest killing intent. Although I really want to kill you, that's too easy for you. I'll turn you into a fool and humiliate you for the rest of your life. I'll take your dog god martial spirit and use it to upgrade my sword body martial spirit. Haha. Qi Heng sneered, but didn't say anything. He was too lazy to speak. The soul sword art was finished. The blood-red sword stabbed at Ling Xiao crazily. The golden light Saint Rune could block martial skills, but it couldn't block the soul secret technique. Everyone stood up and looked at the arena. They wanted to see what would happen in the end. Would there be another miracle? Facing Qi Heng's attack, Ling Xiao stood there like a fool. He didn't move at all. Huang Yu was nervous. Han Yuan, Qin Shi, Han Li, and the rest of the 9th platoon were so nervous that they wanted to rush up to save him. Luckily, Yu Fanghua stopped them. Otherwise, it would have caused a lot of trouble. Qi Tianmei sneered proudly. Although Ling Xiao escaped from the previous attack, she didn't hesitate to use an evil cultivation method to let Qi Hong cultivate the soul sword art to the 3rd level. For this, she sacrificed hundreds of divine body realm martial artists' souls. She believed that she wouldn't lose this time. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to turn the tables again. Under the sympathetic, mocking, and excited gazes of countless people, Ling Xiao smiled. What a coincidence. I know the soul sword art too, and I'm stronger than you. Although they couldn't see it, everyone could feel Ling Xiao's soul power exploding in that instant. If Qi Heng's soul sword was compared to a 3-inch flying dagger, Ling Xiao's soul sword was a 3-meter-long green dragon crescent blade. The two couldn't be compared at all. Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. Even if their soul sword art attainments were only at the 3rd level, the gap between them was still too big. Chapter 5161. How is that possible? How does Ling Xiao know the soul sword art? Qi Tianmei was dumbfounded. Not only did Ling Xiao know the soul sword art, but his mastery of it was also very strong. Qi Hong couldn't compare to him. Qi Tianmei couldn't even compare. In terms of soul power, Qi Tianmei lost to Ling Xiao. Rumor has it that the soul sword art is unique to the Qi family. How did he learn it? Haha, his mastery of the soul sword art is above Qi Heng's. He's even stronger than Qi Tianmei. This is too unexpected. Cries of shock rang out one after another. Ling Xiao once again made everyone's jaws drop. Qi Hong was dumbfounded at that moment. The fear in his eyes showed his despair. I concede. He wanted to admit defeat, but unfortunately, he couldn't say the last word. The soul secret technique was too fast. Qi Heng's soul sword was shattered. Ling Xiao's soul sword pierced Qi Heng's soul. In that instant, Qi Hong lost consciousness. He didn't even have time to scream. At this moment, the entire great drill ground fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Qi Hong, who fell off the arena. Qi Hong was not only covered in blood, but he was also unconscious. The outcome of this battle was finally decided. However, this result shocked most of the people. Except for Yu Fanghua, no one would have thought that Qi Hong, who knocked out Huang Taewun with a roar, would be defeated so easily. He was defeated by Ling Xiao in such a sorry state. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing proudly on the arena, with astonishment in their eyes. Originally, no one had put this young man in their eyes, but he had used his tyrannical fighting strength to prove his fearsomeness and strength. Maybe the martial city was going to change. A new era was going to start in the Golden Region. Some were surprised, some were angry. Huang Yu was surprised, and Huang Shui was shocked. Qi Tianmei, on the other hand, was furious. She immediately went to Qi Heng's side to check on Qi Heng's injuries. In the end, she had to admit that Qi Heng's soul was severely injured. Even she couldn't save Qi Hong. Qi Hong would continue to be in a coma and become a real vegetable. Even if he woke up one day, he would become a retard. At that moment, she couldn't suppress the anger and killing intent in her heart. She pounced on Ling Xiao. Thief, I'll kill you. Boom. A pitch-black demonic claw appeared in the sky, madly grabbing at Ling Xiao. The violent power instantly crushed the arena. How could the arena, which was already riddled with scars, withstand the terrifying attack of a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert? Ling Xiao was the devil's soul sword technique? Many people cried out in surprise. Huang Shui revealed a strange smile. This was the situation she wanted to see the most. After Ling Xiao was killed by Qi Tianmei, she would punish Qi Tianmei. Then, the martial city would be under her control. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside her. It was Huang Yu. Huang Yu had long anticipated that Qi Tianmei would not let the matter rest, so she had been preparing all along. She wanted to block this attack for Ling Xiao. Sister, where are you going? Huang Shui wouldn't allow Huang Yu to ruin her plan. Zhong Ling, who was standing beside her, already flew over and blocked in front of Huang Yu. Zhong Ling's cultivation was much stronger than Huang Yu's. Blocking Huang Yu was a piece of cake. While they were delayed, Qi Tianmei's attack had already landed on the stage. The ground shook. Dust filled the sky. The battle stage was completely shattered. However, people were shocked to see a person in the shattered battle stage. He was wrapped in a ball of golden light. He looked at Qi Tianmei calmly. Qi Tianmei, is your Qi family planning to rebel? His roar gave Qi Tianmei a fright. Qi Tianmei calmed down in anger. She was scared. If she were to be accused of this, she would most likely ruin her family's plans. At that time, even if the royal family didn't punish her, her family would. Fortunately, she didn't kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao won the final victory in the selection. He was already the commander of the Marshall City's City Defense Army. She killed the commander of the Marshall City's City Defense Army in front of so many people. If that wasn't rebellion, then what was? Haha, I believe City Lord Qi did such an irrational thing in a moment of anger. He didn't mean to rebel. Am I right? At that moment, Huang Shui suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao frowned. He instantly understood this woman's thoughts. She didn't want him to grow, so she deliberately kept Qi Tianmei as a hindrance. What a good idea. Unfortunately, was it useful? After becoming the commander of the City Defense Army, his next step was to seize the position of City Lord of Marshall City. Qi Tianmei had to be eliminated sooner or later. Hearing Huang Shui's words, Qi Tianmei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Sorry, Qi Heng grew up by my side. He's like my own son. Seeing him injured, I couldn't control my emotions. I hope you can forgive me, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmei. He didn't plan to play his cards according to the routine. If I forgive you just because you ask me to, how much face would I lose? He suddenly sneered and said, "What if I don't forgive? The arena is full of danger to begin with. Injuries and even death are normal. If everyone interferes like you, what are the rules for? Or is it that your Qi family isn't willing to follow the rules set by the royal family at all?" Hearing this, Huang Shui and Qi Tianmei's faces changed. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao, this fellow, was actually so difficult to deal with. Ordinary people would quit while they were ahead. But this brat was actually so persistent. Then what do you want to do? Huang Shui asked with a frown. Is your highness confused? You're a member of the royal family. Qi Tianmei, as a city lord, broke the rules and attempted to kill the new city defense army commander. Don't you know how to punish her? You still need a small character like me to teach you? Ling Xiao sneered and kicked the ball to Huang Shui. Want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? No way. Huang Shui really gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. If she knew, she wouldn't have come. Now, if she didn't deal with Qi Tianmei, it would definitely be thought that the royal family was afraid of the Qi family. It would damage the royal family's prestige. But if she wanted to deal with her, she would fall out with the Qi family. It wasn't a good thing in the end. After all, now wasn't the time to break off relations with the Qi family. What to do? Is there a need for your highness to think so much? How to punish? Isn't it written in the law? Do you want me to read it out for you? Destroying the selection, attempting to kill the new city defense army commander. According to the law, she should be imprisoned for at least 3 years and be removed from the city lord position. If the circumstances are serious, she can even be executed. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. When he said this, Huang Shui's head hurt even more. Remove Qi Tianmei from the city lord position? Imprisoned for at least 3 years? How is that possible? Now that the Qi family was at its peak, if they really did that, the Qi family wouldn't let it go. What should she do? Chapter 5162. Haha, why don't you listen to me? Let's both take a step back. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It attracted everyone's attention. Ling Xiao also looked over curiously. Someone who could say something like that in such a situation was definitely not an ordinary person. As expected, The person standing in the crowd was the outer circle's lord, Huang Hai. Ling Xiao hadn't seen him since the last time they parted. He didn't expect him to appear today. Huang Shui sighed in relief when she saw Huang Hai. "Sir, please speak," Ling Xiao said. Cheetah Mei hurriedly said, "Sir, we'll do as you say." "All right, since both sides agree, then let's do it this way. First, Ling Xiao will be the Martial City's city guard commander. Second, Martial City's castellan, Qi Tianmei, can't interfere with the city guard commander's affairs. Third, the time limit is 1 month. After 1 month, if Ling Xiao wins against Qi Tianmei, then Ling Xiao will be the Martial City's castellan." Huang Hai explained his solution. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this. This was very beneficial to him. He was confident that he could defeat Qi Tianmei in 1 month. Moreover, Qi Tianmei couldn't interfere with the city guard commander's affairs, so he wouldn't be restricted too much. This might be a little hard for Qi Tianmei to accept. However, it was better than being removed from the position of castellan and locked up. She thought about it and nodded in agreement. After 1 month, she would definitely make Ling Xiao regret it. Huang Hai's appearance brought the selection to a successful end. There was no need to compete within Team A anymore. Qinshi, Han Yuan, and Yu Fanghua wouldn't compete with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was officially appointed as Martial City's city guard commander by Huang Hai. This result caused quite a stir. In a short time, the news spread throughout the outer circle. Some people in the inner and middle circles were also interested in Ling Xiao. Who wouldn't be interested in such an interesting guy? Undercurrents were surging under the calm surface. The Qi family had originally not paid any attention to this bug-like brat. But now, they would no longer underestimate Ling Xiao. Qi Tianmei even closed the door and refused to see any guests. She handed over her work to her capable subordinates. She chose to cultivate in seclusion, although she firmly believed that Ling Xiao would not be her opponent in a month. But this still did not make her feel at ease. There were too many surprises in the commander selection competition. Therefore, she wanted to become stronger. Since she was already like this, Ling Xiao would definitely not be negligent. Ling Xiao directly handed over the matter of the city defense army to the new deputy commanders, Han Yuan and Qinshi, to handle. Both of them were originally from the city defense army, so they were more familiar with the internal affairs of the city. It was easier for them to solve these problems than for him. "You two can do as you wish. Clear out the trash for me. If anyone doesn't like it, come to me and I'll settle it." Ling Xiao had almost completely delegated his authority. He knew that he could not stay in this small martial city forever. He had to train Han Yuan and Qinshi to be independent. For the next few days, Ling Xiao cultivated, absorbing the essence and experience of battle. He discovered that after absorbing Qi Heng's Hound God Martial Soul, his Sword God Martial Soul did not level up, but it did become a little stronger. The Sword God Martial Soul formed a Sword God constellation in the Sky Tyrant universe. This constellation was made up of a total of 108 dim stars. Only 1 star lit up for the Hound God Martial Soul. According to Ling Xiao's conjecture, if he wanted the Sword God Martial Soul to reach the intermediate divine rank, he estimated that all 108 stars would have to light up. That was difficult. After all, the Hound God Martial Soul was an intermediate divine rank martial soul. It had only lit up 1 star. If it was a low divine rank martial soul, it probably wouldn't even light up 1 star. But with a goal, a person would have motivation. There were many martial souls in the Eternal Dominion. He did not have to worry about his Sword God Martial Soul not being able to level up. A few days later, Huang Yu suddenly paid him a visit, saying that she had something important to tell him. Ling Xiao stopped cultivating and received Huang Yu in his governor's residence. "Your Highness, what brings you to my humble abode?" Ling Xiao smiled. Huang Yu said, "How's your cultivation these few days? Have you improved?" "Not much. I'm just drawing on the experience of the selection. I can use it in future battles. In terms of cultivation, I've improved a little during the selection, but I'm still very far away from the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon," Ling Xiao said. The selection had raised his cultivation C to 30% of the peak 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. In the past, he had a feeling that when he reached the next level, it would be very difficult to increase the energy in his cultivation C. So he had to find an opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon after a month. That would be troublesome. Don't be too anxious. There's still a long time before the deadline. You have to pay special attention to the Qi family during this period of time. Although Qi Tianmei has gone into seclusion, the Qi family will definitely not let this go. Don't forget, Qi Tianmei is only Qi Hong and Qi Yu's aunt. Their parents are much more powerful than Qi Tianmei. Qi Hong has already been sent back to the Qi family, and Qi Yu has also followed. No one can predict what that woman will say. Huang Yu reminded, I know that. Or rather, I hope that the Qi family will find trouble with me. This will speed up the improvement of my strength. Ling Xiao had always felt that the second half of the 9 Dragons' divine art was in the hands of the Qi family. Oh right, Your Highness didn't come to me today just to talk about this, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course not. What I'm going to talk about next is a secret order from Father. Huang Yu suddenly said very seriously. Understood. Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands. You know about the land of exile, right? Huang Yu asked. Of course. When Ling Xiao was in Heaven's Wall City, he had fought with the motley crew in the land of exile. Moreover, if the Sky Tyrant Empire wanted to expand their influence, their next stop would be the land of exile. This had always been a problem in his heart. He didn't expect Huang Yu to mention the land of exile at this time. Could this secret order be related to the land of exile? You guessed right. The land of exile is such a big place. Naturally, there would be someone guarding it. The person guarding the land of exile was Father's sworn brother, an expert known as the Sword King. He used the low god position Sword God Martial Spirit, but cultivated to the top in the Golden Martial Kingdom. Later on, due to some animosity with Father, he volunteered to guard the land of exile. He has many experts under him, and he even has the Sword King army. Father hopes to rope in the Sword King, so that he can completely destroy the Qi family. Your task is to investigate the situation and report back when you return. Huang Yu explained. Can I ask what happened between the Golden King and the Sword King? Ling Xiao wasn't curious, but he felt that he had to ask. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his task. Chapter 5163. What made the Sword King so disheartened that he chose to leave the Golden Domain and head to the land of exile? Ling Xiao asked. For his own safety, and for the sake of this mission. He had to know. Father wasn't wrong in this matter, but he was also at fault. It's hard to explain, but since you've asked, I'll tell you. Huang Yu sighed. Back in the day, the Sword King and the Gold King were like brothers. Huang Yu was born of a lowly servant, and everyone looked down on her. Only the Sword King's family treated her well. Huang Yu was grateful to the Sword King, and she didn't want to become his enemy. Therefore, she naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to complete this mission. Some things had to be said. The land of exile is a large desert between the eternal divine domain and the 4 realms. Although there are many oases, the desert is much larger, and it expands every year. Desertification is serious. Many monsters live in the desert, making it a place that cultivators don't want to go. So, to punish those who committed crimes, they were exiled and left to fend for themselves. One of them called himself the Wild Sand King. Not only had he managed to survive, but he'd also managed to gather all the villains who tried to rebel against the eternal divine realm. They formed an organization called the Black Sandstorm. Like the Black Sandstorm, it's a powerful organization that's about to engulf the entire eternal divine domain. Huang Yu's words had nothing to do with the Sword King. Ling Xiao didn't interrupt her. He believed that Huang Yu wouldn't say these things for no reason. There had to be a connection between the two. The leader of the Black Sandstorm, the Wild Sand King, had an unfathomable cultivation. The members of the Black Sandstorm were all vicious and evil people. One day, they suddenly rebelled, broke through the defenses of the land of exile, and entered the eternal divine domain. They slaughtered cultivators and plundered their belongings. At the time, my father was ordered to wipe out the Black Sandstorm. The Sword King and the Quan King went with him. The Quan King was the head of the Qi family. They also brought their own experts to fight with them. After a fierce battle, the Black Sandstorm was basically wiped out. Only the Wild Sand King and a few of his trusted aides escaped with serious injuries. At that time, the Sword King's only son, Yi Qiu, had coincidentally met them. I also sent a message to inform my father. Father ordered Yi Qiu to keep a close eye on the enemy, and they immediately set off. However, by the time they arrived, the Wild Sand King was already nowhere to be seen. Only Yi Qiu and the others were lying on the ground, their bodies already poisoned. Yi Qiu's strength was relatively strong, and he was an outstanding genius at that time. He was even more outstanding than my older sister Huang Shui. That was why he was lucky enough to survive. After treatment, he survived, but unfortunately, he was affected by the strong poison and could not use his divine essence and soul force. Golden King can't be blamed for this, right? Ling Xiao frowned. The Sword King didn't blame the Golden King. He just couldn't get over it. Perhaps in his opinion, Golden King's order at that time should have been to keep Yi Qiu away from the Wild Sand King. With Yi Qiu's strength, it was simply impossible for him to be the Wild Sand King's match. In fact, if it wasn't Yi Qiu, but Imperial Father's son, Imperial Father would indeed let them escape. This became the Sword King's sore point, and also became a barrier between the two. In addition, someone tried to sow discord, so although the Sword King did not blame the Golden King, he asked to guard the land of exile. From then on, he no longer asked about the Golden Martial Kingdom's matters, and completely stayed out of it. Huang Yu sighed. Was it the Qi family who tried to sow discord? Ling Xiao asked. Although everyone knew, there was no evidence, so the Sword King did not mention it. Moreover, Imperial Father did not suspect the Qi family at that time and trusted King Quan very much. It was only later that he found out that he was tricked by King Quan, causing him to lose an arm for no reason. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. All these years, the Qi family has been trying to rope in the Sword King, but unfortunately, the results were minimal. However, I heard that Qi Heng has a younger brother who also joined the army in the land of exile. This person is called Qi Fei, and his talent far surpasses Qi Heng's. He is more than 10 years younger than Qi Heng, but his cultivation is stronger than Qi Heng's. He has already reached the early stage of the Divine Physique 9th stage. Moreover, Qi Fei is an expert in the art of war. He has made many contributions in the land of exile and is now a deputy general. The Sword King seems to think highly of him and even sees him as his future son-in-law. He wants to marry his only daughter, Yi Hua, to Qi Fei. If this matter really succeeds, then the Qi family can definitely start a rebellion. Your Highness, you should know that I don't care about the Qi family or the imperial family ruling the Golden Martial Kingdom. If there are no other benefits to this mission, I won't be interested in it. Ling Xiao suddenly said. In the end, this was the imperial family's matter. He could choose not to contribute. However, he did not want to do that. He could contribute, but only if there were benefits. I knew you wouldn't do this for free. Let me tell you something else, and I believe you won't reject it. Huang Yu smiled and said, We've received accurate news that after a storm in the land of exile, an undiscovered ancient ruin has appeared. Oh, I am indeed interested in this. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. After coming to the eternal divine realm, he had discovered 3 ruins and benefited greatly from them. This time, he would not miss out on it. Is there something in the ruins? Hee, I knew you would be interested. The Sword King had already sent people to investigate the ruins. At the entrance of the ruins, there was a heavenly treasure that would make people yearn for it in the future. One of them is called the Flower of Principles. It's of little use to those from the eternal divine realm, but it's of great use to cultivators from the 4 realms and 9 worlds, where laws abound. Huang Yu smiled. What is it? Ling Xiao asked. The Flower of Principles can help the cultivators of those places adapt to the environment of the eternal divine realm. They will not suffer from sudden changes in the laws. Whether it is the physical body or divine energy, they will reach the same level as the cultivators of the eternal divine realm. Huang Yu said, A divine item. If I had known about this earlier, we wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Ling Xiao had to get his hands on this item. Although he did not need it, the cultivators of the Sky Tyrant Empire still wanted to come. In a situation where the laws were not completely equal, the Flower of Principles was extremely important and urgent. In addition to the Flower of Principles, there is also the fruit of gods. Huang Yu said, the fruit of gods is even more terrifying. It can transform a cultivator's ordinary martial soul into a god martial soul. It can make a god martial soul ascend to godhood. Surely the Sword King has already obtained such a good item? Ling Xiao asked. No. Huang Yu shook his head. The Wild Sand King, who has disappeared for a long time, has reappeared. The black sandstorm has risen from the ashes. They are confronting the Sword King outside the ruins. No one wants the other to get the treasures. Besides, the treasures are guarded by powerful demonic beasts. It is not easy to get them, Huang Yu replied. Chapter 5164. Who else knows about this news? Ling Xiao asked. King of Swords, my father, and King Quan. Huang Yu said. King Quan, I'm afraid the Qi family is up to no good this time. Ling Xiao frowned. Since he had become enemies with the Qi family, he must not let the Qi family get their hands on this thing. There were not many people who knew about this relic. King Quan and King of Gold probably had no time to seize this treasure, but they would definitely send their capable subordinates. King Quan gave this task to Qi Fei. My royal father sent my elder sister there. On the surface, Qi Fei is not as strong as my sister, but no one knows what King Quan is thinking. I shouldn't have told you this, but I still did. You can give up on the god's fruit, but the flower of law should be very useful to you, right? Huang Yu said with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Ling Xiao was really grateful to Huang Yu. If not for Huang Yu, even if he knew the news later, it would have been too late. You don't have to thank me. After all, you saved my life, and to be honest, I think highly of you. Recently, the Golden Martial Kingdom has been in trouble. My father is in a terrible fix. If you can stand out, you may be able to change some things. Huang Yu sighed. Who dares to make a move on the Golden Martial Kingdom? Ling Xiao was a little curious. Who else can it be? Who is above the Martial Kingdom? Huang Yu said. Sacred City. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the royal family was targeted by the 12 sacred cities. To be exact, it's the Sacred City of Nightmare. There was an important person there who gave us a secret order, telling us to target a seed from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But my father refused. So we were oppressed. The Qi family has been in contact with this big shot recently, so they dared to expose their intentions more and more obviously. Huang Yu frowned. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Ling Xiao analyzed an interesting thing from Huang Yu's words. The person who wanted to deal with him should be in the Sacred City of Nightmare. However, Golden King actually refused such an unreasonable request. It seemed that he had wronged Golden King before. This man was still a mighty man who couldn't be subdued by force. In that case, he would help this Golden King. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Moreover, if the imperial family was destroyed, it would be much easier for the Qi family to deal with him. He had to let the imperial family and the Qi family fight. Only then would he be able to reap the benefits. All right, that's all. Pack up and get ready to leave. Remember, you have to leave secretly. Otherwise, if you are targeted by the Qi clan, you might be killed before you even reach the land of exile. Huang Yu stood up and said, Everyone, have a safe journey. That night, Ling Xiao handed over the city defense force of Martial City to Han Yuan and Chanqi. Then, he set off with Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum. As for Long Chun, he also asked him to stay. After all, Han Yuan and Chanqi were not very strong. Long Chun stayed behind just in case. Early the next morning, the news had only just reached the Qi family. Qilin Manor. This was Qi Hong and Qi Yu's home. Qilin was their father. At the same time, he was also the lord of the Golden Domain. He was extremely powerful. Father, I just received news that Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua suddenly left Martial City last night and headed in the direction of the land of exile. They should be heading for the ruins. Qi Yu immediately went to find her father after receiving the report. I'm afraid the Golden King has given Ling Xiao a secret order. This kid is quite smart. After leaving for so long, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Well, since his destination is the land of exile, he must go to Sword King City. Send a message to Qi Fei. I want this Ling Xiao dead. A ferocious look appeared on Qi Lin's face. Until now, his son Qi Heng was still in a coma. Although Qi Heng's talent was not as good as Qi Fei's, he was still very helpful to him. Moreover, that was his own son. How could he not be angry after being harmed like this? What about the ruins? I'm afraid second brother is too busy. Qi Yu said. Don't worry, your second brother has someone helping him. Qi Lin sneered. This time, we're not only going to kill Ling Xiao, but also get the treasures in the ruins. If the Sword King still refuses to surrender, then we'll have to kill him. Then we'll shift the blame to Ling Xiao. When he and Qi Fei get married, the 300,000 Sword King army will belong to our Qi family. Got it, father. Qi Yu felt a chill in her heart, but at the same time, she was very happy. Ever since Ling Xiao appeared in her life, her originally proud life had been completely ruined. The deputy commander was dismissed. Her eldest brother Qi Hong was beaten into a vegetative state. Even her aunt Qi Tianmei's position as the city lord might be taken away. This Ling Xiao was simply the bane of their Qi family. Therefore, he must be killed. After Qi Yu left, Qi Lin looked at Qi Heng lying on the bed with a vicious look in his eyes. Golden King, since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. So what if you got the position of the city guard commander? This time, I'll make you suffer a double loss. He completely regarded Ling Xiao as Golden King's man. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao always had his own plans. He didn't belong to any side and would only fight for himself. Ling Xiao and the others had been rushing for the whole night, and Huang Shui had just set off. However, the formation was completely different. Huang Shui had many experts around her. It would be impossible for others to harm her. Ling Xiao's matter made my father very dissatisfied with me. Therefore, this mission must be completed. Huang Shui gritted her teeth. She tried to harm Ling Xiao many times, but she was warned by Golden King. Moreover, he warned her personally. This put her on the spot. This mission was an opportunity given to her by Golden King. If she didn't complete it well, her position in the Golden region would be lower than Huang Yu's. There were many experts around her, but those people were loyal to her father first. They were loyal to her second. She knew very well in her heart that if she offended her father, she would lose everything. The land of exile was relatively close to the Golden region, but that was only relative to other martial countries. If they traveled by foot, it would probably take a month. Of course, those who went to the land of exile weren't ordinary people. Ling Xiao calculated that with their speed, they would arrive in 3 days at most. Along the way, Ling Xiao let his main body travel while his 3 avatars cultivated in the universe world. They cultivated the 9 dragons' divine art, god-defying art, and heaven-covering palm. It was convenient to have avatars. Not only did they fight, but they also had a great advantage in cultivation. Otherwise, why would that lotus flower be said to be a peerless genius? He actually created a cultivation method like the Lotus Sutra based on an incomplete ancient scroll. The 9 dragons' divine art was currently cultivated to the level of 1 dragon. However, he wasn't proficient enough, so he had to strengthen it. The god-defying art was very important. After cultivating to the cross stance, he still hadn't broken through. Ling Xiao was also very anxious. After all, the god-defying art and the god-defying sword were the perfect combination. As for the heaven-covering palm, as one of Ling Xiao's regular combat methods, it had to be strengthened. Chapter 5165. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A city that looked like a steel fortress appeared in front of them. This was the only safe city in the entire land of exile. No one had ever been able to break through it. It was not only because it was sturdy, but also because it was guarded by the Sword King. Do you feel that the laws in the land of exile are very similar to those in the eternal divine dominion? Ling Xiao felt this the moment he stepped into the land of exile. Indeed, this is probably why you opened the road between the empire of tyrants and the eternal divine dominion. Cold Plum nodded. Yu Fenghua frowned. This is not good. The so-called motley crew that could not display their true strength should be able to do so now. Will Heaven's Wall City be all right? We have to believe in Qin Huang's ability. Moreover, the land of exile is not the same as Heaven's Wall City. Heaven's Wall City is still part of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. The laws there will not change so quickly. Ling Xiao smiled. Now, we should be more worried about ourselves. We don't know when Little Gold will come out of seclusion. If he comes out, our chances of winning will be higher. The three of them talked and slowed down their pace as they walked towards Sword King City. Although Sword King City was safe, its surroundings were still filled with unsettling factors. There were traces of battle everywhere. They could even see white bones exposed in the desert. This made them realize that this place was not a good place. It was more dangerous and terrifying than the Golden Martial Kingdom. The passers-by on the road were all vigilant and serious. They were filled with murderous intent. It seemed that the land of exile had brought out the darkest side of human nature. It had become a slaughterhouse and a meat grinder. When the three of them arrived at the city, they realized that the city gates were tightly shut. The guards on the city gate tower were also very serious. We are envoys from the Golden Martial Kingdom. Please report our arrival. If what Huang Yu said was true, then the Sword King and the Golden Martial Kingdom did not have a death feud. He believed that even if the Sword King was unreasonable, he would not refuse him at the door. He would not attack him. Wait, someone on the tower responded. Ling Xiao waited there. Cold Plum was somewhat dissatisfied. What a big show. We have the Golden King's secret decree, yet they are so negligent. It seems that this Sword King is relying on the fact that he is the sworn brother of the Golden King. Relying on the fact that he has become a popular target for both sides, he is somewhat complacent. Forget it. He's an expert, after all. He's bound to have some temper, Ling Xiao said with a smile. After a long time, the city gates opened. About a dozen warriors, riding on desert lion camels, rushed in. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao frowned. Even if the other party was a little negligent, he didn't care. There was no need to get angry. But if the other party dared to make a move, then he would be angry. You said that you are the envoy of the Golden Region. Do you have any proof? The leader of the riders was actually a woman. Dressed in silver armor, he looked valiant. Her strength was also unexpectedly very strong. Ling Xiao took out the secret decree. Golden King's secret decree is here. Could it be fake? The woman actually reached out to take the secret decree, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Are the people of Sword King City so unruly? This secret decree is for the Sword King. You are not qualified to see it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Impudent. You actually dare to be disrespectful to Deputy General Yi Hua. How many heads do you have? A rider at the side roared angrily. You are the one who is bold. You actually dare to yell at the envoy of the Golden King. Could it be that your Sword King City is really going to rebel? Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his cold eyes looked at that rider. That person was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, because he couldn't bear this responsibility. Although it is for my father, we still have to check if it is real. We can't rashly let a fake envoy into Sword King City. Recently, the Black Sandstorm organization has started to move again. We have to be careful. Yi Hua's eyes were still cold. Perhaps it was because of Qi Fei. Yi Hua didn't have any good impression of the royal family. Ling Xiao was being resented on account of the house and its crow. Good reason. Here you go. Ling Xiao threw the secret decree to Yi Hua and stood at the side. Yi Hua carefully opened the secret decree, but he didn't have the intention to check it. Instead, he looked at the content inside. After reading, he suddenly sneered and said, Golden King is really interesting. He did so many things to us in the past. Now, he actually wants us to continue working for him. In his dreams. I am just an envoy. If the Sword King agrees, I will go back and report. If not, I can also go back and report. Miss, why are you so harsh on me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yi Hua laughed at himself. Thinking about it, he was just an errand boy. Let's go. I will bring you into the city. However, I am afraid that you won't be able to see my father for the time being. My father is receiving some guests. You can stay in the guest house for the time being. The guest house in Sword King City is full of famous people. I hope that you won't offend anyone after staying there. Otherwise, if something happens, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yi Hua turned the desert lion camel around and headed towards the city. Ling Xiao and the other two followed behind. Not long later, They arrived at the guest house. Although it was an inn, it was an official inn. It was specially used to receive official guests. Stepping into the guest house, Ling Xiao noticed that many eyes were looking at them. However, most of them were on Yufenghua and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao was a little regretful. He should have let Yufenghua and Cold Plum stay in the universe world. Two great beauties with two different styles. They were really too attractive. As a man walking in the middle, he seemed a little redundant. "Yihua, you are back." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a person walked out from a private room in the VIP building. Although he was wearing casual clothes, he still had a military aura. He was really a good man. He looked to be in his 20s and was very handsome. He was also very strong. The early stage of the divine physique realm was really not bad at his age. The moment Ling Xiao saw this person, he guessed his identity, because this person actually looked 50% similar to Qi Hong. He must be the Qi Fei that Huang Yu mentioned. "Brother Qi Fei, why are you here?" Yihua blushed when she saw Qi Fei. It was obvious that she had fallen for this handsome and strong boy. "Oh, I am here to meet a friend. Who are these people?" Qi Fei asked. "They are the envoys of the Golden Territory. They are here with the Golden King's secret edict to persuade my father to work for the royal family." Yihua's voice wasn't soft when she said that. It was as if she wanted everyone to hear her on purpose. That was a secret edict. She casually revealed the contents of the edict. It was obvious that she was targeting Ling Xiao. Hearing Yihua's words, a ruthless look flashed across Qi Fei's eyes. However, it was just a flash and no one saw it. Chapter 5166. Ha ha ha, so you're Ling Xiao, the one who was favored by the two princesses and rose to the top. In just half a month, you went from a normal soldier to the commander of Marshall City's City Defense Army. Qi Fei suddenly laughed and walked up to Ling Xiao to greet him. "That elder brother of mine is also under your care. Right now, he's still lying unconscious on the bed." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Most of the people who wanted to kill me are already dead. He should be thankful that I didn't kill him." Ling Xiao was not courteous at all when he spoke. It was a direct confrontation. He knew that since Qi Fei knew what happened in Marshall City, someone must have sent him a message from 1,000 miles away. Qi Fei would not let him go. Regardless of his attitude, the result would be the same. There was no need to be so secretive about it. What an arrogant kid. I thought you were pitiful for running errands for Golden King, but now it's hard for me to pity you. Yihua's eyes turned cold. Ling Xiao did not know what Qi Fei had instilled into Yihua's head, but this Yihua was truly quite sick. Could it be that women in love were all so foolish? Yihua, this person defeated Qi Hong and became the commander of the City Defense Army. He also has the favor of the two princesses. It's normal for him to be arrogant. I'm very interested in this brother's strength. Why don't you show us some of your moves? Qi Fei looked at Yihua and smiled. Sword King City values martial arts. When we meet for the first time, we'll make friends by exchanging pointers. If you don't show us some face, I'm afraid you won't give the Sword King army any face. Qi Fei was indeed a ruthless person. This one sentence of his had forced Ling Xiao into a dilemma. If he agreed, there would be trouble. If he did not agree, he would be looked down upon by the Sword King army and leave a bad impression. After that, many things would be difficult to do. But was it really a dilemma? Ling Xiao sneered. He only had one choice. Exchanging pointers is not a problem. But will you be the one to fight? Of course not. If I made a move, even if I defeated you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be convinced. How about this? I heard that you defeated my brother. My brother, Qi Hong, is a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. However, you've just broken through. How about I send a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level Divine Body Realm to battle with you? Qi Fei was really tempted. The reason why he proposed to spar today was just to dampen Ling Xiao's spirit. He didn't want to kill Ling Xiao because he didn't dare to. If he attacked Ling Xiao in broad daylight, the Sword King would definitely stop him. At that time, he would be the one in trouble. But it shouldn't be a problem to teach him a lesson. Actually, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao, who looked like he was only at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, could defeat his older brother. He must have used some underhanded means. Therefore, a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level divine body realm would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. And he was the most vicious. The person he sent belonged to the Sword King army, but he had already bribed him. He said that it was a spar, but he secretly wanted this person to kill Ling Xiao when he had the chance. This way, Ling Xiao's death would have nothing to do with him. Moreover, it would affect the relationship between the Golden King and the Sword King. It was killing many birds with one stone. Ling Xiao was about to speak when Qi Fei said, "It's fine if you don't agree. After all, you're the commander of the Golden Region City Defense Army. The martial artists in the Land of Exile can't be compared to you. It's normal for you to look down on us." Qi Fei wanted to block Ling Xiao's path of rejection. Actually, he didn't have to do that because Ling Xiao didn't intend to reject. Yihua obviously guessed Qi Fei's thoughts, so he added, "That's true. He has the two princesses behind him. If he was really injured in the Sword King city, we won't be able to bear the consequences if the princesses blame us. So, forget it. Commander Ling Xiao, I'll pass the secret edict to my father. You had better go back, lest this filthy air stain your noble breath." Yihua's words could be said to be extremely sarcastic. Ling Xiao laughed when he heard this. "You guys just want to force me to make a move. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just agree." Yihua and Qi Fei smiled. They were about to find the peak 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist to fight. However, they were rejected by Ling Xiao. There's no need to go through so much trouble. This suggestion was made by Deputy General Qi Fei. "Why don't you let Deputy General Qi Fei spar with me?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "You can't be afraid of losing, right?" Qi Fei was stunned. Ling Xiao's suggestion ruined his plan. If he made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, Yihua obviously didn't know what Qi Fei was thinking. She was still egging him on. "Brother Qi Fei, since he wants to make a fool of himself, let's fulfill his wish. Teach this arrogant fellow a lesson, so that he won't dare to come to the Sword King City in the future." Now that things had come to this, Qi Fei couldn't refuse anymore. He forced Ling Xiao to make a move. Ling Xiao agreed. Ling Xiao asked him to make a move. If he rejected, it would mean that he was a coward. "Forget it." Qi Fei looked at Ling Xiao and said, "A spar is a spar, but fists and legs have no eyes. I hope you can forgive me if I hurt you." "You can't hurt me, because I only need one move to defeat you," Ling Xiao said coldly as he pulled out the Void God sword and looked at Qi Fei coldly. In the previous selection, he didn't use the Divine Nine Dragon art, nor did he use the Soul Sword art at the start. Otherwise, Qi Hong would have lost in one move. Today was different. He wanted to intimidate these arrogant Sword King army martial artists. He had to defeat Qi Fei cleanly. But whether he should use the Divine Nine Dragon art or the Soul Sword art was a problem. "You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Yihua said sarcastically. "If Big Brother Qi Fei said that, I can't accept it. But you?" Qi Fei was also smiling. "You really think highly of yourself, don't you? I'm not trash like my brother. You took so long to defeat him. You actually dare to say that you can defeat me in one move? I'd like to see how you lose." There was a stage in the guest pavilion that was used for sparring. Qi Fei jumped up first. He was suppressing a ball of fire in his heart. Ling Xiao, this bastard, dared to look down on him. He was going too far. Come. Qi Fei didn't want to make a fool of himself, so he didn't underestimate his opponent. He released his Divine Dog martial soul at the start and chose to use Divine Dog possession. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao jumped onto the stage and looked at Qi Fei indifferently. Then, divine energy gathered in the Void God sword. In the end, he decided to use the Divine Nine Dragon art. The Soul Sword art was too subtle and couldn't intimidate his opponent. But the Divine Nine Dragon art was different. A golden dragon jumped on the Void God sword and was dyed black by the power of the sword. It was an evil black. "Kill." Ling Xiao rushed out. He said he would defeat Qi Fei in one move, so he meant it. Therefore, he couldn't give Qi Fei time to prepare. If Qi Fei reacted, this move wouldn't work. The Divine Nine Dragon art was powerful, but Qi Fei definitely had a way to block or dodge it. Only by catching him off guard could he win in one move. Chapter 5167. Qi Fei did not dare to be careless when he saw Ling Xiao charging at him. However, he was an early-stage 9th-level divine physique echelon expert after all. It was impossible for him to go all out. Even if he did not want to underestimate his opponent, he would still underestimate his opponent. Moreover, as a powerhouse, why would he defend himself? Since Ling Xiao dared to attack, he naturally had to attack as well. This was the demeanor of a powerhouse. He shook the spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear glowed with fiery red energy. At the same time, the shadow of a fiery red wolf dog shot out from the spear and flew toward Ling Xiao. The wolf dog let out a low growl with an extremely violent aura. Just this casual strike had a might that was much stronger than Qi Heng's strongest attack. However, Ling Xiao did not even bat an eyelid in the face of this powerful attack. He just stabbed out with the Void God sword in his hand. A low dragon roar was heard. A blood gold divine dragon shot through the air and collided with the wolf dog's shadow. Divine 9 Dragon Formula. Compared to when he first started cultivating the Divine 9 Dragon Formula, this divine dragon's aura was clearly much more powerful. Boom! The divine dragon grew in the wind, and with a roar, it tore the wolf dog's shadow into pieces. Then, it pounced on Qi Fei without stopping. The distance between the two of them was only 5 to 6 meters. In such a short distance, Qi Fei would not be able to react at all. This was because the speed of the Divine 9 Dragon Formula was extremely fast. Therefore, there was no way for Qi Fei to escape. The Divine Dragon slammed into Qi Fei and sent him flying. He landed heavily on the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Qi Fei had a defensive treasure on him that saved his life at the critical moment. If he did not defend himself, this attack would have killed Qi Fei on the spot. The guest pavilion was dead silent. The disdain in their eyes toward Ling Xiao had turned into shock. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would really defeat Qi Fei in one move? Although this was mainly due to the element of surprise, a victory was a victory. However, a win was a win. Even if Qi Fei was unconvinced, it was useless. Brother Qi Fei. Yihua only came back to her senses after a long while and hurriedly rushed over. Big brother Qi Fei, are you all right? He won't die yet. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. As expected of a member of the Qi clan, the defensive magic treasure on his body is not bad. It's a pity that the attack just now should have shattered it, right? As Ling Xiao's voice fell, a cracking sound was heard. A heart protection mirror fell from Qi Fei's body. The protective shield released by the heart protection mirror could instantly protect the vital parts of the body. Unfortunately, the 9 Dragon Formula was too powerful and even this thing was destroyed. Ling Xiao felt a burst of exhaustion, but he obviously couldn't fall down at this time. Therefore, he forced himself to stand there. Catch him! Yihua roared hysterically. Although she roared, the people beside her did not make a move. The Sword King army doesn't belong to me. Moreover, the Sword King army had their own pride. This was a fair duel. If Ling Xiao won and went to capture him, it would obviously ruin the reputation of the Sword King army. Even the martial artist who was loyal to Qi Fei didn't make a move. He was a hidden chess piece in the Sword King army. If he made a move, it would be equivalent to exposing himself. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to face Ling Xiao. However, they didn't know that the current Ling Xiao was extremely weak and his stamina was almost exhausted. If they really attacked, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua were beside Ling Xiao, and they naturally wouldn't ignore it. What? Lieutenant Yihua, are you going to go back on your words? Are you going to trample on the Sword King army's face? Ling Xiao looked at Yihua and mocked. I don't know what kind of person the Sword King is, but this woman of his is really stupid. I don't care so much. How dare you hurt my big brother Qi Fei? I'll take your life. Yihua saw that the others weren't willing to make a move, so she personally made a move. Her cultivation had also reached the early stage of the 9th stage divine physique echelon, but her combat strength was definitely not as good as Qi Fei's. Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum both stood out. They naturally had to stop Yihua. However, Qi Fei didn't have any intention of stopping Yihua. Whether Yihua killed Ling Xiao or Ling Xiao killed Yihua, it would be the most beneficial for their Qi family. Sister, stop! Suddenly, A weak voice sounded. A white-clothed youth was pushed into the guest house in a wheelchair. Father was worried that you would mess around, so he intentionally ordered me to come and check. Yi Qiu? Ling Xiao looked at the youth. According to Huang Yu's description, this should be Yi Qiu. After the incident 10 years ago, Yi Qiu, who was already 26 years old, became a lot more mature. However, he was almost a cripple. Not only was he unable to use his divine energy, but he also couldn't feel his legs. That wheelchair was obviously made by a famous master. It was powered by spirit stones, and it could move the wheels and even fly. There were also a lot of magic array fluctuations on the wheelchair. It could be seen that it was used to protect Yi Qiu. Furthermore, the woman who was pushing Yi Qiu's wheelchair was also very strong. Brother. Yihua seemed to be very afraid of her brother. Even though her brother was already crippled, she still seemed to be very afraid of him. Don't blame me. It's all because of this person. He clearly came to our Sword King city, and yet, he still dared to injure people. I am also seeking justice for our Sword King army. Don't try to quibble. Yi Qiu said coldly. All these years, because of me, Father has been especially doting on you. He has really spoiled you. In a fair competition, a loss is a loss. Yet, you actually want to find trouble with others. Do you want our Sword King army's reputation to be tarnished? Go back. Take Qi Fei and quickly treat his injuries. Oh, Yihua was helpless. She fiercely glared at Ling Xiao, then ordered people to carry Qi Fei and left. Hua. The instant Yihua left, the guest house suddenly rang out with enthusiastic applause. It was for Yi Qiu and Ling Xiao. Yi Qiu's fairness was neither biased nor selfish, and they respected him. Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique realm, and he defeated Qi Fei, who was at the early stage of the 9th level of the divine physique realm, in one move. Previously, when they heard Qi Fei's words, they thought that Ling Xiao had used some underhanded means to obtain the position of the City Defense Army's commander. But now, they no longer thought that way. Ling Xiao used his powerful strength to prove himself, and at the same time, changed their impression of him greatly. Perhaps, this was something that Qi Fei had never expected. The sparring was originally to embarrass Ling Xiao and even kill Ling Xiao. In the end, not only was he injured, but he also lost all his face. The image that he had always established in the army could be said to have collapsed in an instant. It really felt like he had suffered a double loss. Brother Ling, please forgive my sister for being disrespectful. Father has an important guest to meet today, so he couldn't come out to welcome you. Please don't mind. Although Yi Qiu's voice was weak and his body was weak, this person was indeed much better than his sister. No matter whether it was the way he spoke or the way he acted, he revealed the demeanor that a general should have. It seemed like he was someone who would do great things. It was a pity that his body was crippled and he couldn't use divine origin. Chapter 5168. Of course, what Ling Xiao didn't know was that Yi Qiu had already arrived. If he, Ling Xiao, lost to Qi Fei, Yi Qiu probably wouldn't be so polite to him. All of this was exchanged with his strength. Can I ask, if Qi Fei really wanted to kill me just now, would young master save me? Ling Xiao wasn't a 3-year-old child who was easily won over by others' enthusiasm. He was very clear that he didn't have to thank anyone for all this. What he should be grateful for was his strength. Of course, Yi Qiu said without hesitation. There wasn't a trace of hypocrisy in his eyes. However, Brother Ling, you don't need me to save you, right? The two beside you, any one of them isn't any weaker than Qi Fei, right? Hee, you flatter me. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. If they really fought, whether it was Yu Fanghua or Cold Plum, they could take Qi Fei's life. Young master, we should go back. The guest that the prince met today is a powerful alchemist. He was recommended by Deputy General Qi Fei, and the Qi family put in a lot of effort for this matter. Even if young master doesn't believe it, you should try. Perhaps you can really stand up again. The woman pushing the wheelchair suddenly said to Yi Qiu, "Who is that alchemist?" Yi Qiu asked indifferently. "I heard that he's called Hua Tianyi, known as the Miracle Doctor. He's the descendant of Hua Tuo, one of the 12 immortals." The woman said again, "It's actually Hua Tianyi. Yi Qiuming revealed an excited expression. This Hua Tianyi was very famous in the Golden Martial Nation. It was said that there was no illness that he couldn't cure. Of course, the rumors might be a little exaggerated, but such a famous person should be capable. All right, let's go back. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Ling Xiao, saying, Brother Ling, rest in the guest house for a while. Father will naturally receive you at a later time. Young Master Yi, please wait. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a way to rope in the Sword King. He didn't dare to say that his medical skills were unparalleled, but at least his master's medical skills were definitely unmatched in the entire mystic world. If he could cure Yi Qiu, then the Sword King would owe him a big favor. If they could obtain the Sword King's help, it would be much easier for the Sky Tyrant Empire to enter the Eternal God Domain. Wasn't he recommending Hua Tianyi to rope in the Sword King? The Sword King thought highly of his only son, Yi Qiu. Because of Yi Qiu, he actually fell out with the Golden King. Once Yi Qiu was cured, even if he didn't rely on the Qi family, he would definitely help them. Ling Xiao had no feelings for the royal family, but this Sword King was someone he could use. Is there anything else, Brother Ling? Yi Qiu asked curiously. I also know the art of Qi Huang, and I'm quite proficient in it. Why don't young Master Yi let me take a look first? Ling Xiao asked. You? Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Such a young martial artist was also an alchemist? He could not help but be suspicious. It's just a check. It won't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao smiled. All right then. Yi Qiu ultimately still wanted to befriend Ling Xiao, so he wasn't willing to directly refuse. Moreover, it was just a check, not a treatment. There was no harm. Seeing him agree, Ling Xiao went up to take his pulse and inject divine essence. At the same time, he opened the Tai Chi eye to check. About 5 to 6 minutes later, Ling Xiao put down Yi Qiu's hand and frowned. Your Excellency, if there's nothing else, we can go now, right? The woman pushing Yi Qiu was clearly somewhat impatient, feeling that Ling Xiao was completely wasting time. But Ling Xiao ignored her and looked at Yi Qiu and said, You're afflicted with a curse, right? Hearing this, Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, and he said, That's right. So what if you just know that it's a curse? Ordinary alchemists will know after checking. That woman said again. Then do they know that this curse is refined from gathering the resentment of corpses that are more than 10,000 years old? Ling Xiao countered with a question. What? This time, that woman didn't refute. Instead, she was very surprised. There were very few people who could see this kind of thing. In these years, the Sword King had invited many alchemists to treat him, but there really weren't many who could see this point. At the very least, it meant that Ling Xiao was relatively outstanding among alchemists. This corpse should be the corpse of the Black Death Snake from 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao said again. This time, Yi Qiu and that woman were even more surprised. Yi Qiu even directly asked, Is there a treatment method? Of course there is, but the Qi clan has already sent a famous doctor, Hua Tianyi, for you. It's not good for me to snatch someone else's patient. How about this? If he can't be treated, I'll think of another way. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The fish had taken the bait. Brother Ling, why don't you come with me to the general's residence? With 2 famous doctors present, I'll be more confident. Yi Qiu hurriedly said. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted. He had successfully grasped Yi Qiu's anxious mind. All right, let's go take a look. Ling Xiao nodded. Please. Yi Qiu was even more respectful than before. Previously, he only thought that Ling Xiao was an outstanding genius who was worth befriending. But now, he was simply worshipping him. Soon, they arrived at the general's residence. At this moment, the Sword King was talking to Hua Tianyi. Qi Fei and Yi Hua were also there. When he saw Hua Tianyi, Ling Xiao understood that Qi Fei must have been treated by Hua Tianyi and had recovered. This Hua Tianyi really did have some ability. He was not simple. Hua Tianyi's hair and beard were all white, and he looked like an expert. However, his expression was very arrogant. Even in front of the Sword King, he still had the air of an expert. Qiu, you're back. Who are these people? The Sword King saw that Yi Qiu had returned and asked with a smile. Father, that's the guy who injured Qi Fei. What a despicable sneak attack. Yihua suddenly shouted. Shut up. Before the Sword King could say anything, Ichio shouted sternly, Yihua, that's enough. When did you learn how to lie and frame others? It was a fair duel, but in your eyes, it was a sneak attack. I don't want to hear you slander Master Ling anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, the Sword King and the others were stunned. Master Ling? When did Ling Xiao become a master? Chiu'er, your sister is still young. Don't blame her. But you? Why did you come with this person? I said that I don't want to see people sent by the royal family. The Sword King frowned. Father, it was me who took the initiative to intercept the Wild Sand King. That's why I ended up like this. It has nothing to do with the Golden King. Moreover, although Master Ling was sent by the royal family, you probably don't know that he's actually an extremely powerful pharmacist, right? He could even tell that I was poisoned by a curse, and it was made from the resentment of the Black Death Snake. Yichio said very seriously, that's nothing. Being able to tell doesn't mean that it can be treated. Does young Master Yi mean that you're not willing to accept my treatment? Hua Tianyi's face was gloomy. He was obviously unhappy. Tyrannical Sky, Martial Spirit, Tyrannical Sky, Martial Spirit. Chapter 5169. Senior Hua, you're worrying too much. I've heard of your reputation, so I came here to pay you a visit. Of course, I'll have to rely on you to cure the poison. I can be your assistant. Before Yichio said anything, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had two purposes for coming here today. First, if Hua Tianyi could cure the poison, he would interfere and prevent him from succeeding. Then, he would treat the poison himself. Second, if Hua Tianyi couldn't cure the poison, he would replace Hua Tianyi. Therefore, it wasn't wise to ruin his relationship with Hua Tianyi too early. After all, the Sword King trusted Hua Tianyi more. Well, not more. He probably trusted Hua Tianyi completely. If he ruined his relationship with Hua Tianyi, he would be the one in an awkward position. Forget it. I don't like to use a stranger. Qi Fei, you can be my assistant. Hua Tianyi glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. Obviously, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously anymore. How could a timid kid pose a threat to him? Hua Tianyi also seemed to understand that it wasn't good to target Ling Xiao now. It was better to cure Ling Xiao. At that time, the Sword King would agree to whatever he said. Please come in, young Master Yi. Hua Tianyi looked at Yichio and made an inviting gesture. The rest of you can wait outside. I'm afraid that won't do. The Sword King frowned. Let me accompany him. He was obviously worried that someone would harm Yichio without him by his side. With Yichio's current weak state, he would be ambushed. He couldn't sit in that wheelchair forever. More importantly, something like this had happened before. It almost led to a big mistake. Forget it. The Sword King can follow. Qi Fei, you can come too. Hua Tianyi didn't insist and nodded. Then, he entered the room with the Sword King. From the beginning, the Sword King didn't even look at Ling Xiao. It was as if he didn't exist at all. Ling Xiao could understand this as well. This was probably also a case of hating the house and its crow. He was really unlucky to be an envoy of the royal family. He might as well come with his own identity. However, since things had already come to this, there was no need to think too much about it. At the very least, Sword King didn't reject him as much as Yihua, which was already not bad. After Hua Tianyi and Sword King stepped into the room, Qi Fei suddenly came to Ling Xiao's side and said in a low voice, Ling Xiao, once Yichio is cured, it will be the time of your death. I believe that no one will care about the death of a city defense commander from the outer circle of the Golden Region. With that, he turned around and entered the room. Looking at Qi Fei's back, Ling Xiao sneered. Did she think that he wouldn't be able to do anything if she didn't let him into the room? Just wait and see. Master Ling, what did Qi Fei say? Yichio asked curiously. It's fine. Young master, you should hurry and get treated. If you feel that something is wrong, feel free to shout. If you can't shout it out, I'll be able to sense it with just a thought, and I'll immediately go in to save you. In fact, Ling Xiao felt that Sword King was quite funny. So what if Sword King followed him into the room? Would you be able to tell if a pharmacist wanted to harm someone? Unless the pharmacist was more powerful than the pharmacist, it would be useless even if he opened his eyes wide. He felt that Qi Fei wouldn't be so kind. The Qi family wanted to obtain the Sword King army and let Qi Fei marry Yi Hua. If Yi Qiu recovered, it wouldn't be good for Qi Fei. Let's hope that Qi Fei's worries were groundless. All right. With Ling Zhao's words, Yi Qiu felt more confident. Actually, he was more willing to trust Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Zhao's eyes had a trace of sincerity, which was very difficult to fake. On the other hand, Hua Tianyi was too sophisticated. After the door was closed, Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye. Even though he was standing outside, he could see the situation in the room like the back of his hand. After entering the room, Yi Qiu was helped to the bed. Then, Sword King looked at Hua Tianyi very sincerely. Immortal Master, I'm counting on you this time. If you can cure Qiu, I'm willing to agree to your request. Hearing this, Qi Fei's face lit up. This so-called request must have something to do with the Qi family. The Qi family really put in a lot of effort. Hua Tianyi nodded and sat on the chair beside the bed. Then, he checked Yi Qiu's condition. After a while, he suddenly said, "It's actually cursed poison, and it's refined from the resentment of the 10,000-year-old Black Death snake. Young master has been poisoned for too long, and the poison has already entered his bone marrow. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to completely expel it. Also, because this poison has been suppressed by Sir Sword King for a long time, once it spreads, it will be like a flood breaking the dam. You won't be able to stop it, and the only result is death." This was basically the trick of all swindlers. First, they said that the other party's condition was very serious, making them feel despair. Then, they said that they could cure it, making the other party think that they were the savior. Sure enough, Sword King's face changed greatly, and he actually almost fainted. Even though he was a tough guy, when it concerned his son's life, he couldn't bear it. "Immortal Master, you can definitely help, right?" Sword King suddenly grabbed Hua Tianyi's shoulder and asked excitedly. There was hope in his eyes, like a drowning person hoping to grab a life buoy by the shore. "General, Immortal Master will definitely be fine." Qi Fei comforted from the side. Hua Tianyi saw that it was about time and smiled. "Even so, my ancestor is Hua Tuo, one of the 12 human immortals. You found the right person. I'm afraid that in this world, other than me, no one else can save him." Sword King was obviously relieved. This usually astute general was now completely confused by the situation. His thoughts were completely controlled by his emotions. "Qi Fei, get the tools," Hua Tianyi said to Qi Fei. Understood. Qi Fei took out the tools that he had already prepared. There were more than a dozen bottles of strange medicine and more than 30 silver needles. After Hua Tianyi disinfected a pair of silver needles, he gently smeared the medicine on them with cotton wool and pierced them into Yi Qiu's acupuncture points. As the silver needles entered Yi Qiu's body, he groaned but didn't feel any pain. This old man's medical skills are really amazing, especially his acupuncture skills. It's really outstanding. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. "Master, why are you still in the mood to praise that guy? If Hua Tianyi really cures Yi Qiu, we'll be in trouble." Cold Plum smiled bitterly. "It's okay." Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain anything. He continued to watch. At this moment, Hua Tianyi was performing acupuncture. It could be said that the room was completely silent. The people outside the room didn't dare to make any noise. Ling Xiao saw the sinister traces of the curse on Yi Qiu's body. It was as if a snake was entrenched in Yi Qiu's body. This snake would slowly grow. It was estimated that 10 years ago, it was only the size of an earthworm, but now it was more than a meter long, almost occupying Yi Qiu's entire body. He couldn't help but sigh. Yi Qiu was actually able to live until now. It seemed that he had met a benefactor. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Chapter 5170. If not for someone suppressing the Black Death snake curse poison for him back then, Yi Qiu would have died long ago. He wouldn't have lasted until today. Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. This guy's motives are indeed impure. Ling Xiao was an expert, so he could see what Hua Tianyi was doing. The Sword King in the room was a complete layman, so he didn't know what Hua Tianyi was doing. He didn't object to what Hua Tianyi was doing. He just watched quietly, not even daring to breathe loudly. Time passed by minute by minute. Hua Tianyi had already pierced all 30 silver needles into Yi Qiu's body. Upon closer inspection, it actually looked like a cage imprisoning the snake tattoo. Vaguely, there was actually the fluctuation of a formation. This made the Sword King's eyes light up, and he praised in his heart, "Immortal Master is indeed capable. You actually know formation techniques in addition to the Qi Huang technique?" At this moment, he clearly trusted Hua Tianyi even more. When all the silver needles were used up, Hua Tianyi circulated his divine essence and poured it into the 30 silver needles. Following this action, the silver needles trembled. The snake tattoo on Yi Qiu's body also began to tremble, as if it was struggling and trying to escape. "Where are you going?" Cold sweat dripped from Hua Tianyi's forehead. Although it looked very difficult, he didn't give up on the treatment. This made the Sword King extremely moved. He was a person who valued friendship. If someone really saved his son, he would be grateful for the rest of his life. As the treatment continued, the snake tattoo actually became fainter and fainter, and finally completely disappeared. At the same time, the 30 silver needles turned black. There was even a fishy smell coming from it. Success? The Sword King looked at Hua Tianyi excitedly and asked. For 10 years, he didn't know how many famous doctors he had invited to treat Yi Qiu, but in the end, they all failed. But today, he actually succeeded. This made the Sword King feel like he was dreaming, even though he knew that after such a thing happened, he would have to become the Qi family's lackey. But he didn't regret it. As long as his son could recover, so what if he worked for the Qi family? Of course it's a success. The black color on the silver needles is formed by the curse poison. My ancestor has passed down the method of expelling poison with silver needles. Together with the formation, it has endless miraculous uses. Those potions were also secret recipes passed down from generation to generation. There was absolutely no second person in the world who knew how to make them. Originally, I wouldn't easily reveal these things. Because of this, it would take too much energy to treat them, and I would be extremely tired. Today, for the sake of your noble young master, I've risked my life as well. If there had been any mishap, I'm afraid the first one to die would have been me. That poison isn't something to play with. Hua Tianyi's words were nothing more than to tell the Sword King how difficult it was for him to treat him. How great was his contribution. The Sword King supported Hua Tianyi and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Immortal Master. I will definitely reward you well this time." For Hua Tianyi, although he was invited by the Qi family, he also wanted to gain some benefits. The Sword King's promise made him satisfied. All these years, the Sword King had been guarding the land of exile and had obtained many treasures. "Men, capture those envoys from the Golden Domain." The Sword King suddenly gave an order. He had promised Qi Fei that if Yi Qiu was cured, he would immediately capture Ling Xiao. The Sword King didn't care about a mere envoy. It was up to him whether Qi Fei wanted to kill or torture him. Understood. A voice came from outside. Qi Fei revealed a smug smile. "Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? Although I lost to you last time due to my carelessness, you're still going to die at my hands." However, in the next moment, a scream came from outside. The door was smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao walked in alone from outside. Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua were fighting. "If the Sword King captures me now, I guarantee that in 7 days, Yi Qiu will die from the poison." He looked at the Sword King and said bluntly, "You were cheated, yet you still want to count the money. That's exactly what you're talking about. Not only are you conceited, but you're also stupid. Ling Xiao, you've got guts. How dare you make a move in the general's residence? You even cursed young Master Yi Qiu. What are you trying to do?" Qi Fei shouted sternly. "Curse?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, "I thought Hua Tianyi was really an expert. I didn't expect that he wasn't saving people, but harming people. It seemed like the curse was removed, but in fact, it didn't. Instead, it made the curse even more ferocious. His intentions are terrible." Hearing this, the Sword King was stunned. He didn't dare to be careless when it concerned his son. "Everyone, stop." He ordered those who were fighting Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum outside. "Your Excellency Sword King, I worked hard to treat your son, but now I'm being slandered. Are you going to believe him? Hua Tiany's face suddenly darkened. However, there was also a flash of panic in his eyes. Immortal Master, please don't be angry. It concerns my son's safety. Some things are better explained clearly. The Sword King said lightly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, if you're talking nonsense, blood will be spilled here today. Now, tell me what's going on. Ling Xiao also looked at the Sword King and sneered, Your Excellency Sword King, I don't like your attitude. If I didn't hit it off with young Master Yi Qiu, I wouldn't have stepped forward. However, we'll settle this score later. Right now, saving people is more important. After saying this, he went straight to Hua Tiany's toolbox. Because he wanted to verify his judgment. Hua Tiany and Qi Fei naturally wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by the Sword King. You two, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If there's something wrong with the proof, I'll apologize. I'm willing to kneel and apologize, but for now, let's do as he says. The Sword King wasn't completely muddle-headed. Compared to his daughter, Yi Hua was much stronger. While the Sword King was stopping Hua Tiany and Qi Fei, Ling Xiao checked the medicine bottles and silver needles. As expected, Hua Tiany, you're really vicious. As a pharmacist, you actually conspired to harm people. You really don't deserve the title of Immortal Master. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Sword King, in these medicine bottles, there's no healing medicine at all. They're all highly toxic. The silver needles turned black not because they were infected by the curse, but because of the changes caused by the highly toxic medicine. If you don't believe me, you can get someone to test it. Hua Tiany, is what he said true? The Sword King asked sternly. Sword King, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. Although the medicine is highly toxic, I'm using the method of fighting poison with poison. Hua Tiany said, Still want to quibble? Do you really know what a curse is? Although there's a saying of fighting poison with poison in this world, a curse is not in this category. No matter what kind of highly toxic poison enters, it will be eaten by the curse's food. You're not expelling the poison at all, but feeding the Black Death Snake the curse. Ling Xiao questioned Hua Tiany coldly. Chapter 5171. The Black Death Snake cursed poison is trapped by the formation. However, as long as it becomes stronger and accumulates enough energy, it will be able to break free from the formation. During this period, there will be a gap of 7 days. Therefore, during this period of time, the cursed poison seems to disappear, but it is actually hiding and accumulating energy. Now let me ask you, Hua Tiany, why did you feed the Black Death Snake cursed poison so many poisonous things? Ling Xiao's words could be said to hit the nail on the head, hitting the nail on the head. Brat, you're slandering me. Hua Tiany was obviously panicking because what Ling Xiao said was true. This made him feel like he had been seen through. Your Excellency Sword King, I came all the way to Sorking City just to save young Master Yi Qiu. I didn't expect you to suspect me because of this brat's nonsense. Hua Tiany said angrily, If that's the case, if anything happens to anyone in Sorking City, don't come begging me. I'll take my leave. He did not even want the reward and was in a hurry to leave. Stop him. The Sword King said coldly, Why are you in such a hurry to leave, Master Celestial? If this brat slandered you, I will definitely apologize to you. The Sword King was really not afraid of offending people. His attitude towards Ling Xiao was very domineering before. Ling Xiao thought that he was influenced by the royal family. Now it seemed that the Sword King was such a person. He only cared about things and not people. The large group of people outside were originally here to capture Ling Xiao, but now they were here to stop Hua Tiany. Hua Tiany's face was pale. He knew what he had done. If he was really exposed, he would probably suffer the Sword King's thunderous anger today. However, he had no choice. He was focused on medicine, and his cultivation was not very strong. Ling Xiao, can you prove what you said? The Sword King asked. After all, I can't attack a Master Celestial just because of your speculation. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded straightforwardly and said, Without this diamond, I wouldn't have taken on this porcelain job. Although the Black Death Snake cursed poison is hidden. However, If there is a more delicious poison to attract it, it will definitely be exposed. It just so happens that I'm also a poison expert. It won't hurt Xiao, right? Sword King frowned and asked. He's already on the verge of death. So what if he's injured? Or do you want to wait 7 days to see the result? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the Sword King. Father, you can't let him cause trouble. Why are you so muddle-headed today? The Qi clan has always treated us well. Hua Tianyi was also the top pharmacist in the Golden Martial Nation. Would you rather believe a layman than them? Right now, Yi Hua was still stubbornly obstinate. Shut up. The Sword King angrily shouted. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Let's start. He was definitely a decisive person. It was not easy for a father to make such a decision. However, the Sword King still clenched his teeth and made his decision. Ling Xiao nodded and released the 9-headed Demon King Snake Beast Spirit. The most terrifying poison seeped out. Everyone in the room felt a great threat. The Sword King even took out his own weapon, just in case. Don't worry. Compared to you, I admire Yi Qiu more. I won't harm him. Poison resistance Saint Rune, Ling Xiao muttered. Then, he used his hand as a brush and engraved a poison resistance Saint Rune on Yi Qiu's body. It was still a first-grade Saint Rune. This way, Yi Qiu would be able to avoid the pain of the poison. It's actually the Saint Rune art. The Sword King was shocked to see this. After the Saint Rune sect was destroyed, those who knew the Saint Rune art were in high demand. Most of them were divided among the major forces. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to inscribe a first-grade Saint Rune so easily at such a young age. One had to know that the Saint Rune masters he had seen who could inscribe first-grade Saint Runes were at least in the Divine Soul realm. A moment later, the Black Death Snake cursed poison that had completely disappeared reappeared. It was clearly much larger than before. It was clear that it had grown after swallowing poison. Seeing this, the Sword King's eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. He turned to look at Hua Tianyi and asked, What else do you have to say? Misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. That's right, that Ling Xiao must have used some sorcery. How could the miraculous fairy doctor do such a thing? Yi Hua, this woman, is truly hopeless. Even now, she is still speaking up for others. Wake up. He's the one who wants to harm your brother. The Sword King said coldly. Deputy General Yi Hua, please save me. It must be that brat's doing. Hua Tianyi suddenly approached Yi Hua. Before Yi Hua could react, Hua Tianyi's expression suddenly changed, and a poisonous silver needle appeared in his hand. Don't come over, or I'll kill her. Immortal Master. Yi Hua was stunned. She had always been protecting Hua Tianyi, but she did not expect that she would become someone's hostage in the end. Deputy General Yi Hua, I'm sorry. That Ling Xiao is cunning, so you'll have to be my hostage for now. After I've investigated this matter, I'll come and ask for forgiveness. Even now, Hua Tianyi was still trying to trick Yi Hua. The key was that Yi Hua, this stupid woman, actually believed him. She purposely blocked the Sword King's angle of attack so that he could not attack Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi slowly retreated. Brat, one day, I'll settle the score with you. We're not done yet. Qi. At this moment, someone that Hua Tianyi was not on guard against launched an attack. It was Qi Fei. Unknowingly, Qi Fei had already walked to Hua Tianyi's side. Hua Tianyi was not on guard against him, and his temple was pierced by Qi Fei's finger. His body went limp. He died on the spot, and he did not even have the chance to say his last words. The Sword King looked at Qi Fei and frowned. Anyone could see that Qi Fei was trying to silence him, but he was already dead, and there was no evidence. Qi Fei hurriedly knelt down and said, General, I didn't see the right person, and I actually let such a bad person harm young Master Yi Qiu. But this guy is obviously the #1 doctor in the Golden Martial Nation. I really don't understand why he would do such a thing. I'm afraid you know very well. Ling Xiao smiled and said, This move of silencing people is indeed beautifully executed. Your reaction can be said to be fast, but unfortunately, I'm afraid your plan will fail. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Qi Fei laughed dryly. He already hated Ling Xiao to death in his heart. If not for Ling Xiao today, no one present would have been able to see what Hua Tianyi had done. 7 days was enough for him to do a lot of things. The plan would have gone smoothly according to his arrangements, but Ling Xiao's appearance ruined everything. You don't understand? Forget it. Ling Xiao did not say anything else. Now that there was no evidence, there was no point in saying anything. The Qi clan would completely pour dirty water on Hua Tianyi. General, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will take my leave first. Qi Fei cupped his hands and turned to leave. Is it really okay to let him leave just like that? Ling Xiao looked at the Sword King and said, You should know that what Hua Tianyi did was arranged by the Qi clan. Words are no proof. So what if I know? He acted too quickly. The Sword King shook his head. He did not want to offend the Qi clan now. Chapter 5172. What if I tell you that I can save Yi Qiu? Ling Xiao smiled. Are you serious? Sword King's eyes widened. Of course, I'm not a liar like Hua Tianyi. Ling Xiao said. If you can cure Yi Qiu, I'll uproot Qi Fei and the people the Qi family arranged in Sorking City. From then on, I'll swear allegiance to the royal family. Sword King said. No, no, no. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, You owe me a favor, not the royal family. I hope you can help me. Help? No need to go through so much trouble. If you can cure Yi Qiu, my Sword King army will obey you from now on. Sword King said. His words were powerful and resonating. When it came from his mouth, he basically wouldn't lie. Good, straightforward. That's what I want. But let's talk about this later. Curing Yi Qiu is more important. Ling Xiao said, To cure Yi Qiu, I need a few medicinal herbs. Send someone to find them immediately. The sooner the better. I'm 100% sure that I can find them within 7 days. But after 7 days, even an immortal won't be able to save him. While speaking, he wrote down the medicinal herbs he needed. In fact, he didn't need any medicinal herbs. He just wrote down the medicinal herbs he needed to refine other pills. In the future, when warriors from the Sky Tyrant Empire came, they would have to rely on pills to improve their strength. Most of the medicinal herbs he needed were for refining the law pill. Although the law pill's main ingredient was the flower of law, supplementary medicinal herbs were also indispensable. Ling Xiao didn't have any on him. He could borrow the strength of Sword King City and also test the strength of the Sword King army. At the same time, if it was too easy to expel the poison, it would make people think that he was too relaxed. That wouldn't be good. I'll send someone to collect the medicinal herbs now. Master Ling, you don't need to go to the guest house. Just stay in the general's residence. I'll order someone to clean up the room. Sword King said. I'll listen to the general. Ling Xiao nodded. Staying in the general's residence was to make Sword King feel at ease. In addition, it was definitely safer here. Qi Fei's plan was ruined by him. He wouldn't let him go. He would definitely try to kill him. Who knew if Qi Fei had other helpers here? After Ling Xiao left, Yihua said, Father, do you really think that Ling Xiao will be able to cure Big Brother? Even Hua Tianyi can't do it, but Ling Xiao can? The Sword King sighed. To be honest, he was also forced into a corner. If what Ling Xiao said was true, and Yi Qiu only had 7 days to live, what could he do? Other than believing in Ling Xiao, was there any other way? No. Let's leave it to the heavens. If this brat dares to lie to me, I will definitely kill him. If he really has the ability, I don't mind selling my life to him. The Sword King gritted his teeth. Father, I'm going back. Yihua let out a sigh. Right now, she was very conflicted. On one hand, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would be able to cure Yi Qiu. He also hoped that Ling Xiao could cure Yi Qiu. After a day of torment, everyone was tired. Thus, Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum all sat cross-legged in the room and rested. Martial artists were all like this when they rested. They could still cultivate while resting. Early morning of the second day, the outside suddenly became chaotic. Ling Xiao, Her Highness wants to see you. It was Zhongling's voice. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and frowned. He didn't expect Huang Shui to arrive so quickly. He really didn't want to see this princess. This princess's brain is filled with schemes. Staying with this woman is too tiring. My brain can't even rest for a moment. However, he had his own plans right now. For the time being, he didn't want to fall out with Huang Shui. Thus, after packing up, he left the room. Huang Shui lived in the imperial palace beside the general's residence. This imperial palace was uninhabited all year round. However, there were always people cleaning it. Thus, it was still very clean. No matter if it was the environment or the size, it was much better than the general's residence. Ling Xiao, who gave you the courage to actually accept this kind of job? What if you fail? How are you going to explain this to my royal father? When Huang Shui saw Ling Xiao, she immediately reprimanded him. Your Highness, you do your thing, and I do mine. Let's mind our own business. Why do you need to be so angry? Ling Xiao said as he looked at Huang Shui lazily. This woman could be considered an ally this time. However, she was also a dangerous ally. At the crucial moment, no one knew who this woman would help. You are still as arrogant as before. Huang Shui said coldly, however. You seem to have forgotten that this is not the golden domain. That girl, Huang Yu, is not here. If I really kill you, it doesn't seem like a big deal. After all, it is normal for people to die in the land of exile. In that case, why hasn't your Highness made a move yet? Ling Xiao yawned and said, I am very tired. If your Highness doesn't want to kill me, I will leave. Simply stubborn. Huang Shui gnashed her teeth in hatred. Scram. In that case, your Highness, goodbye. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure, feeling extremely displeased. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao, too. However, the general's residence had already announced that Ling Xiao was an honored guest of the general's residence. Whoever dared to hurt him would be the enemy of the entire Sword King army. No matter how bold Huang Shui was, she wouldn't dare to do that. The reason she was displeased was that Huang Yu and her father were protecting Ling Xiao in the Golden Domain. In the end, Ling Xiao was instantly protected by the Sword King in the land of exile. How was this brat so capable? Your Highness, there is no need to be anxious. How could that brat save someone that even Hua Tianyi couldn't? He must be looking for an opportunity to escape. At that time, without the general's residence's protection, wouldn't it be easy for us to kill him? Zhongling said with a smile. We can only do so. Huang Shui didn't believe that Ling Xiao would be able to cure Yi Qiu. If he was really able to cure Yi Qiu, then wouldn't Ling Xiao be a god? In the following 3 days, Ling Xiao didn't step out of the courtyard at all. He was immersed in cultivating his martial technique. Finally, the god-defying technique showed signs of breaking through. The unification form to the cross form had completely fused together, forming a terrifying sword. The name of the sword was God-Defying Technique. When this sword was used together with the God-Defying Technique, its might actually surpassed the heaven-covering blood palm. It even surpassed the 9 dragons divine technique, which only had 1 dragon. And this was under the situation where Ling Xiao wasn't completely proficient in the God-Defying Technique yet. However, because of this sword, something happened, and that was, the room that the Sword King gave him was destroyed. The Sword King heard about this. Yi Hua was rather displeased. Father, that Ling Xiao doesn't look like he wants to cure Big Brother at all. He only knows how to cultivate his sword technique every day. He actually destroyed the room. Are you sure you want to believe him? At this time, do I still have a choice? Those medicinal herbs that he wants can be gathered by today. In any case, whether it is a mule or a horse, I will just bring it out for a walk. The Sword King was still as resolute as before. That was because he had no other choice. If there was, he wouldn't have placed all of his hopes on Ling Xiao. In the past few years, he had looked for too many famous doctors. And now, even Hua Tianyi couldn't cure Yi Qiu. With his ability, he couldn't find anyone stronger. He could only see if Ling Xiao had the ability or not. Chapter 5173. Qi Fei, hurry up and leave. If that Ling Xiao really manages to cure my brother, your situation will become very dangerous. In a certain mansion in Sorking City, Qi Fei brought some people and stayed there. After Yi Hua found out from her father that all the herbs were gathered, she hurriedly ran here to report. Don't panic. I don't believe that Ling Xiao can cure an injury that even Hua Tianyi can't cure. Qi Fei sneered with a gloomy face. Don't be afraid of what if, just be afraid of 10,000. Yi Hua also doesn't believe that Ling Xiao can cure Yi Qiu, but in this world, there is always a what if. She doesn't want anything to happen to Qi Fei. Don't worry too much. Help me keep an eye on that Ling Xiao and see what he is up to. If there is any movement, immediately inform me. Qi Fei comforted Yi Hua and said, also, I naturally hope that Yi Qiu can be cured. However, if that Ling Xiao really swindles you, inform me immediately. I will kill that bastard with my own hands, in order to vent the hatred in my heart. There is no need for you to do anything. If he can't cure my brother, my father will not let him off. Yi Hua said, that's true. All right, you can go back first, in case your father gets angry again. Qi Fei said intimately, Big brother Qi Fei, no matter what happens, I will help you. Before leaving, Yi Hua said to Qi Fei with an expressionless face and then left. After Yi Hua left, Qi Fei's smiling face became sinister and cold. Stupid woman, if not for using you to deal with Sword King, why would I say those disgusting words? He has already possessed Yi Hua's body, but he has never taken Yi Hua seriously. Because this woman is too stupid, she is not suitable to be his woman. However, her looks are not bad. Playing with her for a while is quite interesting. Isn't young master being too cruel to a woman by doing this? A secret door opened in the room, and a person walked out from it. His entire body was emitting a fiendish aura, incomparably sinister. If Sword King was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He is actually one of Wild Sand King's right-hand men, General Sand Crocodile. The Wild Sand King had two powerful subordinates. General Sand Crocodile was an expert in assassination. Of course, he wasn't here to assassinate Qi Fei. Instead, he had something to discuss. A real man shouldn't be bothered by trifles. Qi Fei said calmly. Yi Qiu, on the other hand, has become a problem. I've seen that Ling Xiao before, and he's definitely not a fool. He keeps saying that he can cure Yi Qiu, although I think it's just nonsense. However, he still had to be on guard. That's why I invited General Sand Crocodile over to discuss this matter. Young master, you're being too cautious. The Black Death Snake cursed poison has been in Yi Qiu's body for so many years. Have you ever seen anyone who could break it? Our boss's curse, other than himself, no one else can break it. So, why didn't you directly ask our boss for help? Why did you look for Hua Tianyi instead? General Sand Crocodile said disdainfully. Sword King and Golden King don't know what happened back then. Once your boss comes forward, won't everything be exposed? Qi Fei shook his head. His father, Qi Lin, once told him a secret. Back then, when the three kings were pursuing the Wild Sand King, the Quan King had secretly met the Wild Sand King. If he hadn't let the seriously injured Wild Sand King go, Yi Qiu wouldn't have been poisoned, and the Wild Sand King wouldn't have risen again. In the past 10 years, the Qi family had spent a lot of resources to cultivate the Black Sandstorm. The Black Sandstorm had also done a lot for them. Outsiders didn't know that they were in a cooperative relationship. So what if we're exposed? The Sword King obviously has no intention of cooperating with the Qi family. It's better to solve it as soon as possible. Let our boss become the ruler of the land of exile. At that time, it'll be easier for your Qi family to do things. General Sand Crocodile said calmly. Since it's already like this, it's useless to talk about it. Now, we have to prepare for the worst. We have to consider the plan under the premise that Ling Xiao can cure Yi Qiu. We can give up the treasure, but the Sword King must die. Qi Fei said coldly. Have you made up your mind? General Sand Crocodile said with a smile. You should have done so long ago. I'll go back and report to our boss now. No need. Tell him to meet me at the guest house. There are some things that must be discussed in detail. Once Ling Xiao cures Yi Qiu, we'll take action immediately. Don't they want the flower of law and God's fruit? Let's wait for them to come. Qi Fei sneered. He could already imagine the Sword King's defeat. A joyful expression appeared on his face. That afternoon, the Sword King sent someone to find Ling Xiao, saying that he had gathered all the herbs. Ling Xiao thought that this speed was not bad. It meant that the Sword King's army was very capable. He was relieved. After all, the Sky Tyrant Empire's first stop in the Eternal Divine Domain was the Land of Exile. With the Sword King's army guarding it, it should be safer. Bring me there. Ling Xiao got up, washed up, and followed the person who came to find him. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum followed beside him. They were Ling Xiao's bodyguards. They could not leave as they pleased. When Ling Xiao arrived at the room, the Sword King, Yi Hua, and Yi Qiu's mother were all waiting for him. Master Ling, the herbs are ready. Can we start today? The Sword King was eager to save his son. Give me the herbs. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Give them to Master Ling, the Sword King ordered. The person beside him should be the Sword King's confidant. All the herbs were in his storage ring. Ling Xiao turned around and said with a smile, Not bad. They're all top-quality herbs. Seems like the Sword King has put in a lot of effort. Does that mean Qiu can be saved? The Sword King asked anxiously. I've said it before. As long as you gather all the herbs in 7 days, I have 100% chance of saving him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Actually, even if the Sword King could not gather all the herbs in 7 days, he would still save him. Yi Qiu was a good person. He did not want Yi Qiu to die like this. Then that's great. The Sword King let out a breath of relief. Although I don't mind you guys watching here, remember, during the treatment, you are not allowed to talk. You must not interrupt me. Otherwise, if something happens, you will have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao took a look at the people in the room. There were 6 or 7 of them. Thus, he said coldly, Master Ling, you can rest assured. The Sword King nodded his head. Ling Xiao did not speak anymore. He walked to the front of Yi Qiu and took a look. The black death snake cursed poison that he fished out was hidden again. However, under his Tai Chi eye, it could not hide at all. Actually, the treatment process was very simple. He only needed 3 things. The first thing was his 9-headed demon king snake beast soul. This was a beast soul that could absorb all the poisons in the world, including the cursed poison. The second thing was the poison resistance Saint Mark. This was necessary. Otherwise, Yi Qiu's weak body would not be able to withstand the poison's attack. Chapter 5174. The third one was naturally the vitality pill. This was prepared for Yi Qiu's body. Otherwise, after 10 years of not using his spirit essence, once the curse was removed and his spirit essence was released, his weak body would collapse in an instant. Thus, Ling Xiao planned to seal her divine energy with a formation and slowly release it. Then, he would use the vitality pill to repair Yi Qiu's body. In a few days, Yi Qiu would be able to regain her former strength. It sounded complicated, but the process of removing the poison would take less than a minute. That would seem too simple, and he was afraid that others wouldn't believe him. Thus, Ling Xiao began to refine the vitality pill in his room. Of course, the Sword King had sent people to find the ingredients for the vitality pill. He only needed to spend some effort. Ling Xiao, why are you doing this? Yi Hua was surprised to see Ling Xiao refining pills in the air without using a cauldron. However, she was very confused, so she asked, Get out! Ling Xiao shouted. Am I the one saving her, or are you the one saving her? Did he forget what he had just said? It's fine if you waste these ingredients, but if you delay the treatment of Yi Qiu, I'm afraid you can't bear the responsibility. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of being disturbed at all. He was a person who could multitask. However, Yi Hua's attitude towards him wasn't good in the past. She was clearly using her position to avenge a personal grudge. Yi Hua wanted to say something, but the Sword King glared at her. She had no choice but to leave. She waited outside the room. Master Ling, don't blame Yi Hua too much. She's just worried about Qiu. The Sword King hurriedly said, You should shut up too. Otherwise, get out too. Ling Xiao's attitude was just as strong. The Sword King's attitude towards him wasn't good in the beginning, so he naturally wanted to get back at him. It was fine to say that he had a childish temper. After all, he was only a teenager in this world. The Sword King laughed bitterly and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, This kid is so vengeful. If I had known, I would have treated him better in the beginning. Actually, the Sword King believed Ling Xiao's words a little more. After all, he had never seen an alchemist who could refine pills in the air in the eternal divine realm. It was said that only the alchemists of the immortal court continent had such abilities. Ling Xiao's ability had clearly surpassed Hua Tianyi's and brought him great hope. After the Sword King shut up, Ling Xiao started to get busy. In Sword King City, two forces had already begun to move. General Sand Crocodile killed the people who were watching Qi Fei and left Sword King City with Qi Fei. He began to plan to kill Sword King. The Sword King was definitely going to fight for the God's Fruit and the Flower of Law, so they had to set up a trap there. At the same time, Huang Shui also left Sword King City. Her mission in the Land of Exile this time was also to explore the ruins. Although she really wanted to kill Ling Xiao before leaving, she had already delayed long enough. He could only wait until the mission was completed. Of course, the commotion on both sides quickly spread to the general's mansion. However, the Sword King's mind was completely focused on his son at this time. He simply didn't have the energy to care about other things. After spending 10 minutes, Ling Xiao managed to refine 10 vitality pills. This vitality pill's effect was mild. 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Basically, Yichio's body could recover in 3 days. The 10th pill was used to consolidate. Seeing Ling Xiao finish refining the pills, the Sword King suddenly became nervous because he knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Little did he know that the next step was the easiest for Ling Xiao. He redrew the poison resistance sacred inscription for Yichio. After that, he released the 9-headed Demon King Snake Beast Soul. This beast soul had already appeared before, so the Sword King wasn't surprised. He just wanted to know what Ling Xiao was going to do. Ling Xiao pointed his right hand and pressed it on Yichio's body. The 9-headed Demon King Snake Beast Soul started to absorb the poison in Yichio's body. This cursed poison already had its own consciousness. Absorbing it wasn't very easy. However, Ling Xiao naturally had his own way. A soul sword shot out from between his brows, accurately killing the cursed poison's consciousness without any mistake. A cursed poison without consciousness was a dead object. It wouldn't resist at all. The entire process was so simple that it didn't require any effort. Was that a secret soul technique just now? Although I couldn't see it, I felt a powerful soul fluctuation. This Ling Xiao is really a mystery. Superb alchemy skills, knows the sacred inscription technique, and now he even exposed a powerful secret soul technique. This person isn't simple. The Sword King originally wanted to rely on Ling Xiao after he cured Yichio, but he was still somewhat unwilling in his heart. After all, everyone wanted to rely on a wise master. In the end, he still wasn't very satisfied with Ling Xiao. He was just a youngster. Wanting him to work for him, he really wasn't convinced. But after these events, he gradually felt that this Ling Xiao really wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps following this Ling Xiao wasn't a bad choice. In fact, the cursed poison was completely absorbed in just a few dozen seconds. However, Ling Xiao was still putting on an act. He had to show that he was working very hard, right? The Sword King could clearly see his son's skin gradually returning to its normal color. He was overjoyed and wanted to jump up and cheer. But thinking of Ling Xiao's words before, he could only shut his mouth and wait. He didn't want the treatment to fail because of him. The other people in the room were also holding back their excitement. After about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao really couldn't keep up the act anymore. Only then did he start to arrange the array. That skillful operation made the Sword King feel a burst of surprise. He even knew how to arrange an array, and he was still so familiar with it. Is he still human? He's simply an omnipotent monster. A moment later, the array was finished. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat down, feeling a little exhausted. Yu Fanghua hurriedly went forward to help Ling Xiao wipe his sweat. Sword King, no need to be so tense. If you want to cheer, then cheer. It's already over. Next, I just need to use the pills I just refined to help him recuperate. At most 3 days, he will be able to return to his former glory. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's great. The Sword King fiercely clenched his fist and waved it. For 10 years, he had been thinking about this day every day. Sometimes, he had even lost all hope. But today, it was Ling Xiao who pulled him out of the abyss of despair. Hearing the cheers in the room, Yihua revealed a confused expression. He clenched his teeth and finally chose to run to report to Qi Fei. From today onwards, Yimo will follow young master's lead. Sword King Yimo. This name resounded throughout the Golden Martial Nation. But now, he actually knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Tears flowed down his face as he was overjoyed. Senior is a man of his word. There's no need for such a big ceremony. Get up, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yimo stood up and said, Young master, if you have any instructions in the future, feel free to say it. As long as I, Yimo, can do it, I will do my best. Right now, there's something I need to trouble Senior with. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. Is it about the ruins? Yimo asked. As expected of a smart person, he really understood with just a hint. Chapter 5175. Master Ling, don't worry about the ruins. We've already done a comprehensive investigation. If it wasn't for the Wild Sand King, we might have already obtained the God's Fruit and the Flower of Law. Sword King Yimo said, I'll definitely tell you the truth. I'll listen to Master's arrangements. Master Ling, that sounds awkward. Just call me Young Master. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Yichio should be waking up soon. Accompany him first. We'll talk about the ruins later. Although he wanted to know everything about the ruins as soon as possible, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Thank you, Young Master. I just happened to collect some written information. Take a look. Yimo ordered his subordinates to bring the information to Ling Xiao's room. Ling Xiao turned and left. At the same time, Qi Fei, who had already left Sword King City, also received the news. Someone directly used a voice transmission talisman to tell him the news. The worst-case scenario has actually happened. This Ling Xiao can't be underestimated. Qi Fei was very shocked. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be in trouble after curing Yichio. Therefore, he left Sword King City in advance. But that was only because he was cautious enough. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually did it. This brat is interesting. General Sand Crocodile was also shocked. But since he dared to spoil the Wild Sand King's plan, he won't be far from death. That's right. Qi Fei was also gnashing his teeth. He had worked hard for many years under Sword King Yimo. It could be said that he had suffered a lot. It was all for the sake of obtaining Yihua and then further controlling the entire Sword King army. But Yichio was cured by Ling Xiao, which completely disrupted his plan. He believed that with Yimo's character, he would definitely listen to Ling Xiao from now on. Everything he had painstakingly built was ruined. Except for Yihua, this stupid woman, maybe he could still make use of her. Young Master Qi, the ruin seems to have become a little troublesome. Yimo will definitely cooperate with Huang Shui. Boss and Yimo's confrontation was already hard enough. Now that Huang Shui has come, the situation is very unfavorable for us. General Sand Crocodile frowned. Qi Fei sneered. Of course we can't fight head-on. Let's go and see the Wild Sand King first. They discussed what to do next. I must get the God's Fruit. Since Yimo did not know what was good for him, then he could only get rid of him as well. That Yichio had just been cured of the poison, so it would take at least a few months for him to recover. Therefore, as long as they killed Yimo and Yichio during this period of time, they could shift the blame to the royal family. Then, I would be able to marry Yihua, and I would still be able to take over the Sword King army. No wonder King Quan sent you here. Young Master Qi is truly a genius. Being your enemy, I'm afraid that nothing good will come out of it. General Sand Crocodile saw Qi Fei's vicious glare and shuddered. This brat was truly vicious. If this plan succeeded, then it would be killing many birds with one stone. About half an hour later, in the meeting hall of the general's residence, Yimo and Yichio both appeared there. Ling Xiao brought you Fanghua and cold plum over. Everyone was preparing to discuss the matter of the ruins. Yimo looked at Yichio, his eyes filled with joy and relief. It was as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. The stone that had been weighing on his heart for 10 years had finally been lifted. It was a very comfortable feeling. Yichio's recovery speed also exceeded Yimo's expectations. He believed that this was all thanks to Ling Xiao. That seemingly ordinary medicinal pill contained astonishing effects. Young Master, I can't thank you enough. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Yichio stood up and clasped his hands at Ling Xiao. If it was an ordinary person who could not move their legs for 10 years, it would be impossible for them to stand up in such a short time. But Yichio could. He was once a divine soul realm expert, and his talent was not inferior to Yang Qi and Yin Li's. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not a boast. The pills he refined were extremely effective. This was also the main reason why Yi Qiu could stand up. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Ling Xiao was not modest at all. He did not know Yi Mo and Yi Qiu, and he did not ask for anything in return for saving them. It was so that the father and son could be loyal to him. This was what he deserved. There was no need to be coy and refuse to accept. He, young master is straightforward. Then I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's talk about the ruins. Young master came this time, nominally to persuade this Yi on behalf of the imperial family, but in reality, you should be aiming for the ruins, right? Yi Mo smiled. You can say that. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the flower of law in the ruins is related to my plan. So, I have to get it. As for the fruit of gods, if possible, I want it as well. As for the plan, after the treasure hunt is over, I will naturally tell you. After all, Your Excellency Sword King is an indispensable part of my plan. Ling Zhao's ambition was huge. It was an ambition that others did not dare to imagine. Unifying the mystic world, probably even the strongest king of sovereigns in this world, did not think of it. Although the king of sovereigns was powerful, there was no lack of powerhouses among the people too. In order to maintain his current position, he definitely did not dare to easily offend. But Ling Xiao did not care. Ling Xiao was just a minor character. Even His Majesty the Sky Tyrant Empire's Heavenly Emperor was still a minor character, to be honest. Could not compare to the King of Sovereigns. One was simply the Crimson Sun, and the other was the Candle Flame. The disparity was too great. So he dared to have such ambition, to be willing to be cut into pieces, to dare pull the Emperor off his high horse. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Yi Mo and Yi Qiu exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. The ruins were actually not Ling Zhao's main objective. Just what kind of blueprint was this young man sketching in his heart? Really made people look forward to it. Rest assured, young master, that flower of law and fruit of gods will be handled by young master. Yi Mo saying so was equivalent to already expressing his stance. Even if he obtained those two things, he would also give them to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and said, with your words, I can rest assured. However, you don't have to be afraid. As long as a god's fruit is in my hands, I will be able to obtain it. As long as I have one fruit of gods, I will be able to refine at least 10 deity pills. When the time comes, both father and son will get one each. Although Yi Mo and Yi Qiu were very loyal, Ling Xiao could not give them any benefits just because of this. That would sooner or later make them bitterly disappointed. There are a total of 3 deity fruits. Yi Mo said, I wonder if you can give me one more deity pill? I can give it to you, but if you want to give it to your daughter, Yihua, I suggest you give it up. During this period of time, you have to keep a close eye on your daughter. If she does something stupid again, you might regret it for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao was very disgusted with Yihua, and he did not hide this fact. He would not pretend to be kind in front of Yi Mo. Hate is hate. Chapter 5176. Yihua, this woman, Ling Xiao saved her brother, but she didn't even say a word of apology. Instead, she only thought about Qi Fei. Could it be that a woman in love was so stupid? However, no matter how stupid she was still Yi Mo's daughter and Yi Qiu's sister. Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to remind her, lest this stupid woman cause trouble again. I've already sent people to keep an eye on Yihua. You can rest assured. She's just obsessed for a moment. She'll slowly come to her senses. Let's talk about the ruins. I'm sure you've already read the information, right? Yi Mo sighed. Because of Yi Qiu, he had spoiled Yihua too much in the past. This led to his daughter's stupidity. Therefore, he didn't want to be too harsh on his daughter. Ling Xiao didn't continue to dwell on this matter. He nodded and said, I've already read the information. I've summarized a few points. First, the ruins are very dangerous. It's not only because of the black sandstorm, but also because of the powerful demonic beasts in the ruins. Second, our main competitor is the black sandstorm. However, we still need to consider Huang Shui. We can use her first, and then seize the opportunity to snatch the treasures. Third, the land of exile used to be a part of the eternal divine realm. Later, due to desertification, a large number of cities and countries were submerged. The ruins were left behind by a force called the Soul Armor Sect. Fourth, the Soul Armor Sect is good at forging soul armors. Their skills are the best in the eternal divine realm. The so-called soul armors are martial soul battle armors. Battle armors made specifically for martial souls are very special techniques. They can only be made with sacred runes and arrays, as well as powerful soul power. Fifth, although the Soul Armor Sect was destroyed due to the natural disaster, many powerful martial souls were left behind to guard the sect. The martial souls guarding the flower of law and God's fruit are all powerful divine soul realm martial souls. However, I don't understand. Can martial souls leave the human body and exist independently? At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. They don't exist independently. They're rooted in the warrior's soul. These martial souls were soul armors. On the soul armors are the soul imprints of the Soul Armor Sect's experts. Yimo explained. Young master, you have a good memory and a strong analytical ability. You've listed out the most important parts. That's about it. I'm still too weak. Ling Xiao sighed. No matter how smart he was, without strength, people would feel powerless. The divine soul realm martial spirit was guarding it. He could only rely on Yimo and Yichio to solve this. Therefore, he planned to postpone his trip to the ruins for 3 days. In any case, with such a powerful item guarding it, regardless of whether it was the Wild Sand King or Huang Shui, it would not be easy for them to obtain it. Moreover, he might even be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. How strong is the Wild Sand King? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He's a bit more powerful than me. You should know that back then, the 3 of us had to join hands to seriously injure him. Yimo smiled bitterly. The Wild Sand King might be stronger than His Excellency Sword King, but he's definitely not as strong as you make him out to be. Although the 3 of them are working together, I'm afraid that one of them is holding them back. Ling Xiao was referring to King Quan. Right? I asked you to monitor Chi Fei. How's it going? Hearing this question, Yimo suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. He's been killed. None of the people monitoring him were left alive. Their blood was all sucked dry. This method is very similar to the Wild Sand King's subordinate, General Sand Crocodile. Now that you mention it, it's clear. Ling Xiao had originally supported his guess, but once this clue came out, everything seemed to have become clear. The Qi family has already joined hands with the Black Sandstorm Organization. It's even possible that the Black Sandstorm Organization has been supported by the Qi family all these years. No wonder the Qi family is not worried about leaving Qi Fei here alone. With the help of the Black Sandstorm Organization, he does not need anyone else to interfere. What? Hearing Ling Xiao's guess, Yimo was shocked. However, after thinking about it carefully, many details were exposed. A few years ago, some of the martial artists in his army who firmly opposed the Qi family were quietly killed. In the end, they found out that it was the Wild Sand King who did it. Yimo did not think too much about it and just blamed it on the Wild Sand King. But now, it seemed that the Qi family was slowly removing obstacles in order to take over the Sword King army. That's really ruthless. Yimo's face was extremely gloomy. Qi Fei, Qi family, I am irreconcilable with you. He was someone who loved his soldiers like his children. How could he not be angry when so many of his subordinates were killed? Since Qi Fei has already joined hands with the Wild Sand King, we can be at ease. There's only one target left. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Sword King, this trip to the ruins is very dangerous, so you only need to send some elites. Also, the city has to be on guard. I'm guessing that Qi Fei definitely has a backup plan. Also, you have to remove the Qi family from the Sword King army in these 3 days. Can you do it? Young master can rest assured about this. All these years, we all know who the Qi family has planted. We just pretended not to see it. We just want to catch them all in one go. Yichio smiled. All right, since that's the case, it's easy. I'll leave the matter of removing the spies to you. Yichio, Senior Sword King, what you need to do is to gather all the martial artists above the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Half of them will stay in the Sword King city. The other half will head to the ruins. Is that okay? Ling Xiao immediately made the arrangements. Since Yimo and Yichio listened to him, there was no need to be courteous. Understood. Yimo and Yichio looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Ling Zhao's orders obviously didn't seem like someone who had never experienced war before. Moreover, the arrangements were appropriate and consistent with their expectations. Naturally, they had no need to object. I also need to set up a formation for the Sword King city in these 3 days. Just in case. Sword King, send someone to me. After all, I'm still not familiar with the Sword King city. Ling Xiao said. No problem. Yimo sent his most capable subordinate to assist Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left with his men. Looking at his departing figure, Yimo couldn't help but sigh. Chiu, perhaps we've really followed the right person this time. I didn't expect that a bad thing would turn into a good thing instead. That's right. Not only is this brother Ling extremely talented, but he's also skilled in medicine, sacred patterns, and formations. He's practically omnipotent. Yichio said as he looked at Ling Zhao's departing figure with admiration. He had already sworn in his heart that he would protect this benefactor of his with his own life. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao was busy setting up the formation. Yimo and Yichio also had their own matters to attend to. Those rats that were hiding in the Sword King's army were all ferreted out and killed. Since they had broken off relations with the Qi clan, there was no need to be merciful anymore. Spies were the most detestable existence in the world. Even if the two armies were at war and didn't kill captives, spies were still targets that had to be killed. Chapter 5177. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum had gotten some good stuff from Sword King Yimo and had been cultivating for the past 3 days. They hoped that they could break through to the early stage of the Divine Body 9th level before heading to the ruins. That way, they would be able to help Ling Xiao in more ways. On the 3rd day, 2 rays of light suddenly rose from Ling Zhao's residence. A ray of bright moonlight. A ray of dark green natural light. The 2 rays of light rose several hundred feet high. It lasted for a long time. In the end, I didn't let down the good stuff that I shamelessly got from Yimo. Both of you have broken through. Looking at Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum, Ling Xiao revealed a happy smile. With the 2 of them breaking through, the operation this time would be more assured. Let's go. Yimo and Yichio are already waiting for us outside. Don't let them wait for too long. The 2 of them nodded and got up to pack up. Then, they followed Ling Xiao out of the room and went straight out of the city. Outside the city, Yimo, Yichio, and a group of elite martial artists were waiting there. Yichio had already completely recovered. Not only that, but because of the 10 years of accumulation, after he recovered, he actually broke through consecutively. His strength had reached the peak of the 3rd level Divine Soul Realm. At his age, there weren't many people who could reach such a level of cultivation. Or rather, it was simply extremely rare. In these 10 years, Yimo had used too many elixirs on Yichio. However, most of them had been stored in Yichio's body as energy. In addition, Yichio had never given up on cultivating. Even if he couldn't use his divine energy, he still persevered. This kind of tenacity was probably something that others couldn't compare to. It was precisely because of this that he was so strong now. Yichio is our secret weapon this time. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior Sword King, you are in charge of dealing with the Wild Sand King. I will inscribe a few sacred runes for you. It should be able to make up for the difference between you and the Wild Sand King. You don't have to worry about the rest. Just suppress the Wild Sand King with all your strength. Even if you can't kill him, you have to hold him back. Wild Sand King's subordinates, General Sand Crocodile and General Scorpion. I'll leave them to Senior's subordinates. Is that all right? Of course, there's no problem. Other than me, there are 2 other Divine Soul Realm experts in the Sword King army who aren't inferior to General Sand Crocodile and General Scorpion. These 2 are my strongest lieutenants. Although there are many deputy generals in the Sword King army, there is still a ranking. Yimo replied, That's great. Ling Xiao nodded. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's set off immediately. Set off. Yimo waved his hand at the crowd. Then, the group of over 100 people began to move toward the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The team moved at a very fast speed, like a torrent rushing through the desert. However, They did not underestimate the enemy and were always on guard against sneak attacks. However, this was left to Cold Plum to handle. Although it was a desert, there were also many desert plants. This was very simple for her. There was a natural underground cave near the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The Wild Sand King treated this place as his temporary base. At this moment, Chi-Fei was sitting there, discussing with the Wild Sand King about the ruins. It's been 3 days. The Sword King city has finally made a move. Should we also make a move? Chi-Fei could not wait any longer. He wanted to see Ling Xiao and Yimo die as soon as possible. Why are you panicking? That Princess Huang Shui from the Golden Region entered the ruins before. In the end, she came out with a nose full of dust. This ruins is a little strange. I'm afraid it's impossible to get the treasure with just one force. Who knows, we might have to cooperate with the Sword King army for the time being. The one who spoke was a black-clothed martial artist with disheveled hair. This person had the face of a natural villain. No matter what expression he had, one could feel that he was thinking of something bad. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with cunning and worldly wisdom. This was the Wild Sand King. If the Wild Sand King was a fool, he would have been killed long ago. He would not have lived until today. Cooperate with the Sword King army? Chi-Fei frowned. To be honest, he was extremely unwilling to see such a thing happen. However, if they could not enter the ruins, they would not be able to get the treasure. Killing Ling Xiao and the Sword King did not seem to have much meaning. That's right. It's a cooperation. Of course, when we cooperate, your plan can continue. Actually, I also want to see Yimo return to the ruins of the Sword King city. The Wild Sand King sneered. You are more vicious than me. Chi-Fei looked at the Wild Sand King and took a deep breath. On the surface, he was talking about cooperation with a smile, but behind his back, he was attacking someone else's base. It was indeed terrifying. This is what Yimo asked for. I have not forgotten the enmity from 10 years ago. The Wild Sand King said coldly, this time, many experts in the land of exile have been persuaded by me. They have been under the surveillance of the Sword King city all these years and cannot escape. However, if the Sword King city is destroyed, they can escape with their lives. Even if they go to places like the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it is still better than staying in the land of exile and suffering. Are you sure there is no problem? The Sword King city has stood in the land of exile for so many years, but no one has been able to break through it. Not even you. Among the others, there is no one who can compare to you. It is even more impossible for them. Chi-Fei frowned. That is why I said you are still too inexperienced. The Dual Axe City will also take action. My adopted son, Yi Han, has already become the city lord of the Dual Axe City. Back then, when I sent Yi Han to Sword King City to cultivate, he already showed his terrifying talent and intelligence. He has already learned everything Yimo knows. The Wild Sand King said indifferently, with the cooperation of the Dual Axe City and the encirclement of the land of exile, it is only a matter of time before the Sword King city falls, unless it is protected by a powerful formation. Vicious. Chi-Fei was taken aback, then said heavily. Now, there was no need for him to worry about the Sword King city. He only needed to focus on the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The land of exile was not as chaotic as Ling Xiao had imagined, although it was full of slaughter and strife. In fact, it was a society similar to the eternal divine domain. The prisoners and adventurers here formed a complete social system. In fact, the Black Sandstorm was not the only organization here. There were many large and small factions, even sects and cities. However, they were all built by the prisoners. On the way to the Soul Armor sect, Ling Xiao passed by many cities and towns. These cities and towns built on the oases were not very prosperous, but they had a complete model. There were markets and restaurants. It was very complete. It could be said that a sparrow, although small, had all the essentials. Many warriors saw the army from the Sword King city. Although most of them had hatred in their eyes, they did not dare to do anything. The Sword King, Yimo, alone was enough to intimidate them. Not to mention that this 100-man army was made up of Divine Soul Realm experts. The only ones who were not in the Divine Soul Realm were Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua. These people were the elites of the Sword King city. They were also the strongest faction in the land of exile. Even the Black Sandstorm did not dare to fight against them. Chapter 5178. The martial artists on the road avoided the Sorking City when they saw them. No one dared to approach them. Ling Xiao and the others could not be bothered with them. They sped up and soon arrived at the Soul Armor Sect's ruins. Because of the ruins, a large number of martial artists had gathered here. They even set up a market outside the ruins. They specialized in selling materials and tools for exploration. Sorking City and Black Sandstorm tried to occupy the Soul Armor Sect's ruins. However, the Soul Armor Sect's ruins were too big. They could not do it. Ordinary martial artists would only be sending themselves to their deaths. The number of elite martial artists was limited. In the end, the two factions turned a blind eye to it. After all, their main enemy was the other party, not those little rats. The only thing those rats could do was to go in and get some so-called treasures. The rats might be overjoyed, but the two factions did not care about them at all. Of course, if the rats really got something good, the two factions would definitely fight for it. The only difference between the Land of Exile and the Eternal Divine Dominion was that there were no rules here. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the most basic situation. General. The Sorking City's martial artists stationed near the Soul Armor Sect's ruins hurried over when they saw Yimo. What's the situation? Yimo asked as he dismounted from the lion camel. General, there is no movement from Black Sandstorm. They seem to be waiting for something. However, a few days ago, Vice General Qi Fei met with Wild Sand King. Also, Princess Huang Shui brought people into the ruins. However, they came out very quickly. A few people died. It seems that things did not go well. That person replied, Young Master, your guess is correct. Doesn't that mean that he is indeed with the Wild Sand King? That bastard. Yimo was already unhappy with Qi Fei. When he heard that Qi Fei was with Wild Sand King, his killing intent surged. It's expected. General, please arrange for everyone to rest. We will officially enter the ruins tomorrow. Ling Xiao planned to go in alone to explore. He had a strong survival ability. Even Yimo could not compare to him in this aspect. If he encountered any danger, he could escape in time. Understood. Tell everyone to rest. I will accompany young master. Yimo was worried about Ling Xiao. After all, both Huang Shui and Qi Fei wanted Ling Xiao's life. It was more suitable for him to be by her side. After instructing his subordinates to settle everyone down to rest, he followed Ling Xiao to stroll around nearby. Most of the things sold in the market here were materials and tools shipped in from outside. However, there were also some things that were obtained from the ruins. Most of them didn't have much value, and some of them had unknown uses. Nobody knew what they were used for. These fellows could not see through it, nor were they interested in it. They only wanted to sell these scrap metals at a high price. Young master, I can tell that you're someone who knows what's what. I have a treasure that I just got from the ruins. Take a look. Ling Xiao was stopped by a vendor. His stall was filled with junk, and some of them looked like they could no longer be used. Therefore, there were fewer customers. However, Ling Xiao could tell that the things in this stall were at least genuine antiques. Unlike many of the items on the stalls nearby, they were obviously fakes. It was just a little more glamorous. Ling Xiao squatted down, opened his Taiji eye, and carefully looked at the scrap metal. How much is this? Ling Xiao suddenly pointed at one of the broken swords. Young master, you have good eyes. This broken sword had 6 divine dragon patterns before it was broken. Although it's broken, it must have some research value. I don't want much, just 100 supreme-grade spirit stones will do. The vendor said with a smile, Are you robbing me? Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, Yiqiu said, Even if it used to be an emperor weapon with 6 divine dragon patterns, it's just a piece of scrap metal now. Not to mention 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. Even 1 supreme-grade spirit stone might not be worth it. The vendor's old face turned red. Only he knew if he was asking for too much. 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. Are you selling it? Ling Xiao asked. That's too little. Let's increase it a little. My brothers went in with great difficulty. They almost lost their lives. The vendor smiled bitterly. How about this? You give me 10 supreme grade spirit stones, and the item is yours. 5. Ling Xiao said without changing his expression. Okay, deal. Tan Fa gritted his teeth and was about to pass the item to Ling Xiao. Suddenly, an annoying voice rang out. Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Sword King army. Don't you find it embarrassing to bully an honest vendor? I'll take your broken sword. You can have 10 supreme grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao frowned and turned to look at the person who spoke. As expected, it was Qi Fei. This guy actually dared to appear. Wasn't he afraid that Yi Mo would kill him in a fit of anger? Or was the Wild Sand King here as well? Thinking of this, he opened his Tai Chi eye and looked into the crowd. As expected, a powerful aura rushed toward him. The Wild Sand King really came. You dog, you actually dare to appear in front of me. Do you want to die? As expected, Yi Mo was angry. Out of sight, out of mind. If Qi Fei didn't appear, he wouldn't be so angry. However, Qi Fei didn't know what was good for him. A terrifying aura rushed toward Qi Fei. Qi Fei was only in the early stage of the 9th level divine physique realm. How could he resist Yi Mo's terrifying aura? He sat on the ground immediately. His face was pale. Yi Mo, you old thing, how dare you touch me? Do you believe that our Qi family will destroy the entire Sword King city? Although Qi Fei felt terrible, he was still a formidable character. He didn't back down because of this. He shouted sternly. Then let them come. I'd like to see who can kill me other than King Quan. Yi Mo sneered. He didn't restrain his aura at all and walked toward Qi Fei. Wild Sand King, do you still want to watch the show? If I die, you won't have an easy time either. Qi Fei was finally scared. He roared. Yi Mo, you were like this back then. You're still like this now. 10 years have passed, and you're still as irritable as before. If this goes on, your reputation won't last long. The Wild Sand King finally showed himself. His powerful aura collided with Yi Mo. Only then did Qi Fei let out a breath of turbid air. It was obvious that he felt much better. So this is the Wild Sand King? Ling Xiao looked at the man in front of him. He probably couldn't find a second person in the land of exile who was on par with the Sword King. Yi Mo, that's right. That's the Wild Sand King. He was the one who caused the massacre in the Golden Martial Nation. Yi Qiu nodded. His eyes were filled with intense hatred as he looked at the Wild Sand King. 10 years. The Wild Sand King made him suffer for 10 whole years. Although he had returned to normal because of Ling Xiao, the hatred in his heart wouldn't disappear so easily. The appearance of the Wild Sand King also caused chaos in the market. If he were to fight with the Sword King here, the entire market would be destroyed. The merchant with the broken sword turned around and wanted to escape. However, he was stopped by the people from both sides. Right now, they weren't fighting for a broken sword. They were fighting for their reputation. Chapter 5179. Yi Mo, I don't want to fight with you here. I'm here today because I have something to discuss with you. The Wild Sand King retracted his aura, but he didn't let down his guard. He knew very well how much pain he had brought to Yi Mo's son, Yi Qiu. He couldn't guarantee that Yi Mo wouldn't suddenly attack. What do I have to discuss with you? Yi Mo also retracted his aura. The moment the Wild Sand King appeared, it was impossible for the battle to start. His mission was to stall the Wild Sand King when they were fighting for the treasure, not to fight here. Once they started fighting, others would be the ones to benefit. Although he was furious, he could only wait for a while to take his revenge. Wild Sand King, remember this. If we meet in the Soul Armor Sect's ruins, I will definitely kill you. Yi Mo said coldly, there's nothing to discuss between us. Don't say that. You should know that it's impossible for any of us to get the treasure with just our strength. If we want to enter the depths of the ruins and get the treasure, we have to work together. The Wild Sand King smiled and said, let's go in together. As for who gets the treasure in the end, that will depend on their ability. Work with you? Do you think I'm tired of living? Yi Mo shook his head. No matter what, he wouldn't work with the Wild Sand King. The risk was too high. If you're really sincere about working with me, you wouldn't have let that idiot Qi Fei come and snatch what I want to buy. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. The Wild Sand King suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and snorted. I was wondering who it was. A piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage actually dares to talk so much. You don't have the right to speak here. He represents Golden King and me. Do you think he has the right? Yi Mo sneered. Oh? Yi Mo's words surprised the Wild Sand King. No matter how he looked at it, Ling Xiao was just a trash martial artist at the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage. How could he represent Golden King and Sword King? He wasn't sure about Golden King, but since Yi Mo said so, it wouldn't be fake. He's the one who broke my curse and saved Yi Qiu, right? The Wild Sand King suddenly asked. You're smart. It's him. Yi Mo nodded and said, so that's how it is. To be able to break this king's curse, you do have some ability. I'll allow you to speak. Young Master Qi, it's just a broken sword. Don't fight with him over it. It's not a treasure. The Wild Sand King glanced at Ling Xiao and said to Qi Fei. Qi Fei was very unhappy. It was not because of the broken sword, but because he wanted to regain his face. However, since the Wild Sand King had already said so, he did not dare to say anything else. Although it was true that he was a member of the Qi clan, the Wild Sand King was a direct subordinate of the Quan King. If pushed too far, the Wild Sand King would even dare to kill him. A broken sword actually costs 5 top-grade spirit stones. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Qi Fei curled his lips. Ling Xiao ignored him. Others might not know the secret of the broken sword, but he did. With his Tai Chi eye, he could clearly see the mysterious saint runes and array formations hidden within the broken sword. It might be related to the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. Buying it for 5 top-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge profit. Is this sincere enough? Can we work together? The Wild Sand King asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Of course not. Brat, you're messing with me. The Wild Sand King's eyes revealed a sinister look. So what if I'm messing with you? Do you really think that everyone is afraid of you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You say that we're going to work together, but in your heart, you want to use us as cannon fodder. Brat, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because Yi Mo is protecting you. If it's the Golden King, I might have some fear. However, Yi Mo is not as strong as me. If you rely on him, you'll definitely die. The Wild Sand King sneered. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Everything depends on one's effort. I think that if we really go all out, you won't be his opponent. Good. What an interesting brat. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the pain of 10,000 poisons. Yi Qiu will only suffer for 10 years. I'll make you beg for death for the rest of your life. The Wild Sand King said gloomily. His voice was like the hiss of a venomous snake. You've reached the end of your rope now that you've met me. Wild Sand King, someone protected you 10 years ago, so you weren't killed. Today, 10 years later, I'll make you pay the debt from 10 years ago. Ling Xiao said faintly. At this point, he suddenly turned his head to look at Qi Fei and continued with a sneer. Qi Fei, your ending won't be any better than his. You'd better follow in your brother's footsteps. You still dare to mention my brother? Qi Fei's face was extremely ferocious. So what if I did? You want to harm me, so why can't I deal with you? I like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Your brother, Qi Heng, is the best example. Ling Xiao mocked. Don't brag. You're only at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. What makes you think you can fight me? I'm at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. You have someone protecting you today. I have nothing to say about your arrogance. However, let's wait and see. There's always a time when one has bad luck. Don't be left alone, or I'll kill you. Qi Fei said fiercely. A loser actually dares to be so arrogant? Have you forgotten that you lost to me in one move? Ling Xiao mocked. Qi Fei opened his mouth, his old face flushed red, but he couldn't say anything to refute. He could only give up helplessly. Since you guys aren't willing to cooperate, I can only find someone else. The Wild Sand King sneered and turned to leave. Qi Fei also hurriedly followed after him. After being snubbed by Ling Xiao and Yi Mo, the Wild Sand King and Qi Fei would probably look for Huang Shui to cooperate. However, Ling Xiao couldn't stop them. Senior Sword King, pass down the order to enter the ruin immediately, Ling Xiao suddenly said as he watched the Wild Sand King disappear into the yellow sand. Understood. Yimo was a smart person. He naturally understood Ling Xiao's order. Now that the Wild Sand King wanted to cooperate with Huang Shui, they had to change their original plan and enter earlier. They had to catch the other party off guard. Half an hour later, the Sorking City's team had all entered the ruin. The Wild Sand King also officially met with Huang Shui. However, before long, someone came to report, "Boss, those bastards from Sword King City have entered the ruin ahead of time." Huang Shui stood up abruptly when she heard this news. Her face was filled with anxiety as she said, "All right, let's not talk nonsense. It's fine if you want to cooperate. I don't want any treasures, but you have to kill Ling Xiao." The Wild Sand King was stunned. Huang Shui, who was still bargaining with him a moment ago, suddenly became so generous. "It's fine, but why is your highness in such a hurry? The ruin is filled with danger, and your highness has personally experienced it. So what if they enter? Who knows, they might come out very quickly." The Wild Sand King asked doubtfully, "You don't understand that, Ling Xiao. That brat's cultivation might not be high, but he's extremely cunning. Moreover, he has great abilities and is proficient in all kinds of strange techniques. With him around, no one can guarantee that the Sorking City's team won't succeed." Huang Shui said anxiously. Chapter 5180. Huang Shui had once underestimated Ling Xiao before, but after experiencing several setbacks, she deeply understood a principle. That was how difficult Ling Xiao that kid was to deal with. What others could not do, Ling Xiao might not be able to do. Facing this kid, she definitely could not lower her guard. "All right, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately. But you don't have to worry too much. I still have a perfect plan. I guarantee that they'll all die inside and can't come out. But that plan is somewhat dangerous. It might even trap us. So unless it's a last resort, I won't use it." The Wild Sand King was a cautious person. After hearing Huang Shui's evaluation of Ling Xiao, and then thinking about his curse being removed, this Ling Xiao was indeed not easy to deal with. "No matter what, let's set off. As long as you can kill Ling Xiao, I can help you get what you want." In order to kill Ling Xiao, Huang Shui did not hesitate to cooperate with the Wild Sand King. On the other side, inside the ruins of the Soul Armor sect, the further in they went, the fewer people there were. When they were about 1,000 meters away from the entrance, apart from the people of Sword King City, there was not a single neutral martial artist in sight. Ling Xiao's group had consecutively passed through 3 layers of array formations to reach here. This was naturally all thanks to Ling Xiao's contribution. Although it was no problem to rely on divine soul realm powerhouses to forcefully break it, it was an array formation that had fallen into disrepair for many years after all. It was not as sturdy as before. But not only was the movement great, but the consumption was also great. It was very not worth it. It's going to fork from here. The left is where the flower of law is, and the right is where the god fruit is. In order to investigate this information, we lost many experts. Even I personally took action. I didn't expect it to be so easy this time. People who understand array formations are really different. Yimo was somewhat rueful. If he had known earlier, he would have learned some array formation knowledge. "Let's find the flower of law first," Ling Xiao said after some thought. Perhaps to others, the god fruit was the most urgent thing to obtain. But to Ling Xiao, it was the exact opposite. What he needed more was the flower of law. The flower of laws is of little use to the cultivators of the eternal divine realm. However, it was said that powerful alchemists could use the flower of law and other herbs to refine pills that were beneficial to martial artists. Therefore, there were also some people fighting for the flower of law. However, very few were able to reach that place. In the end, none of them managed to obtain it. Yi Qiu reminded, "We already knew about these difficulties before coming here. No matter what, we must obtain the flower of law. This is related to whether or not my plan can be carried out smoothly." If Ling Xiao wanted to achieve his ambitions, he could not be afraid of difficulties. "Listen to young master, let's go." Yimo waved his hand, and everyone rushed towards the flower of law. More than 20 minutes passed. The joint team formed by Wild Sand King and Huang Shui also arrived at the fork. A black shadow flashed out from the darkness. He bowed and said, "Boss, they went to the Flower of Law." Strange? Flowers of laws aren't very useful to people from the eternal divine realm. What does he need them for? Wild Sand King frowned and said, "Forget it. Let's go look for the deity's fruit first. Even if he obtains the Flower of Law, so what? He can forget about leaving alive." "No, we must kill Ling Xiao first." Huang Shui shook her head and said, "If you want to obtain the deity's fruit, you must borrow our strength. So, kill Ling Xiao first, then look for the deity's fruit." What a troublesome woman. Wild Sand King frowned. He really wanted to kill this Huang Shui, but she had experts protecting her. Even if he could kill her, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. At that time, it would be a joke if Yimo took advantage of it. Moreover, just as Huang Shui said, if he wanted to obtain the deity's fruit, he must borrow Huang Shui's strength. The reason why this journey was so easy was that Huang Shui's team had a formation master. "Forget it, then we'll go kill people first." But Huang Shui, listen up. If you dare to go back on your words after killing that brat, I'll definitely make sure you can't return to the Golden Domain. Others might be afraid of your father, but I'm not. Wild Sand King threatened Huang Shui for a while before chasing after Ling Xiao and the others. After entering the ruins, Ling Xiao and the rest slowed down. Although they wanted to quickly obtain the Flower of Law, the ruins were full of danger. They had to be on guard, because the Soul Armor sect had been destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. There were many places in the ruins that were simply sacred grounds for demonic beasts. Along the way, they encountered several waves of powerful demonic beasts. Fortunately, this team was very strong. In addition, Cold Plum discovered the enemies in time, so they could easily resolve the crisis. "Be careful, there's a demonic beast ambush ahead," Cold Plum suddenly warned. Yimo skillfully made a few hand gestures. Without needing to say anything, those experts under him had already arranged the battle formation. "I'll lure them out." Ling Xiao's figure dashed out. Soon after, he heard the roars of demonic beasts. Ling Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Dozens of demonic beasts charged over, looking ferocious. It was as if their partner to carry on their ancestral line had been snatched away. "Attack!" Yimo shouted. The experts under him rushed out one after another and fought with those demonic beasts. He didn't attack. As the commander and the top expert among these people, he had to be prepared to fight against strong enemies at all times. His current task was to conserve his strength. The demonic beasts weren't weak, but unfortunately, they encountered this group of divine soul realm experts. Naturally, they were no match for them. In just a few minutes, the battle had already ended. Just as everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief, a black shadow suddenly charged toward Cold Plum. This guy had been hiding in the dark for a long time. He was waiting for the moment when everyone relaxed to attack. Unfortunately, he had calculated wrongly. Even if everyone else relaxed their vigilance, Ling Xiao wouldn't. God-defying technique. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao used his most powerful move. The move after the God-defying technique's cross-form. When this move was used, it contained the terrifying will to resist the gods. Everyone was intimidated by this. That monster that had reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine body realm was actually repelled and shattered by Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Fortunately, the God-defying sword helped him bear some of the pressure. Only then did he manage to not faint. The God-defying technique was even more powerful than the 9 Dragons' divine art. It was just that the consumption was also much greater. Fortunately, with the God-defying sword in hand, it was much easier to use the God-defying technique than the 9 Dragons' divine art. Don't relax. That should be the martial soul phantom wearing the soul armor. It's even more difficult to deal with than the demonic beasts. Ling Xiao shouted, and then hurriedly swallowed a handful of pills. The pills that were exceptionally precious in the eyes of others were swallowed by him without hesitation. Anyway, his body was very strong and could bear it. He also knew how to refine pills, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. The Soul Armor sect could actually create such a terrifying thing. Perhaps they were really strong back then. Yimo was also shocked. If it weren't for Ling Xiao just now, Cold Plum would have been ambushed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.